The night you feel safe, you finally let yourself go. Not because you stop caring about your life, not because you give up on what matters to you, not because every problem has disappeared. You let yourself go because for the first time in a long while, your body understands that it does not have to stay on guard. Your mind does not have to keep searching for danger. Your heart does not have to keep preparing for another disappointment. You do not have to hold yourself so tightly just to make it through the night. You may be tired right now. Your eyes may feel heavy. Your body may be asking for rest. Yet something inside you may still be awake. The room may be quiet, but your thoughts are moving from one worry to another. The day may be over, but your mind is still checking what happened, what did not happen, what should have happened, and what might happen tomorrow. You may be lying down, but inside you are still standing guard. Perhaps you know this feeling very well. You want to rest, but you cannot fully soften. You close your eyes, but your mind opens every unfinished question. You tell yourself to stop thinking, but the thoughts become louder. You try to relax, but the harder you try, the more you notice the tension in your shoulders, your face, your stomach, and your chest. This does not mean there is something wrong with you. It does not mean you are bad at resting. It does not mean peace is not for you. It may simply mean your body has learned to protect you by staying ready. Sometimes the body keeps holding on even after the danger has passed. It remembers old stress. It remembers sudden problems. It remembers nights when you could not feel safe. It remembers times when you had to stay strong, careful, quiet, or prepared. The mind may know that this moment is different, but the body may still be waiting for proof. That is why forcing yourself to relax often does not work. The body does not open because it is ordered to open. The heart does not soften because it is told to stop feeling. The mind does not become peaceful because you criticize it for being worried. Real rest begins when the part of you that is afraid feels understood. Tonight, you do not have to fight the fear. You do not have to become angry with your thoughts. You do not have to force the body into stillness. You can begin by offering yourself one simple message. Tonight, I am safe enough to let go. You do not have to feel completely safe to begin. You do not need perfect peace. You do not need every part of you to agree. Even a small feeling of safety can open a small door. Even one soft thought can tell the body that something is different now. Tonight, I am safe enough to let go. Let those words come close without pressure. Do not ask yourself to believe them perfectly. Let them sit beside you. Let them become a gentle possibility. Perhaps you have spent many nights believing you had to stay alert. Perhaps tonight can be the beginning of another way. There is a difference between going to bed and allowing yourself to rest. Going to bed is something the body does. Rest is something the whole inner world allows. You can lie under a blanket while your thoughts are still running through tomorrow. You can close your eyes while your heart is still replaying yesterday. You can be physically still while your nervous system is preparing for something that is not happening. This is why you may wake up feeling as if you never truly rested. The body was in bed, but the mind was still working. The heart was still carrying. The inner world was still trying to control, fix, understand, and protect. You may have learned to call this responsibility. You may believe that if you stop thinking, something important will be missed. You may believe that worry keeps you prepared. You may believe that staying tense helps you remain in control. But a tired mind does not always find better answers. A frightened body does not always make wiser choices. Sometimes the most caring thing you can do for tomorrow is to stop carrying it tonight. The night does not ask you to understand your whole life. It does not ask you to solve every problem before you sleep. It does not ask you to become a perfect person before you are allowed to rest. The night simply offers you a place to stop. You may not be used to stopping. You may be used to pushing through. You may be used to thinking one more thought, checking one more message, planning one more step, or replaying one more conversation. You may be used to believing that rest must be earned, but your body is not a machine that must prove its value before it can recover. Your heart is not weak because it needs quiet. Your mind is not failing because it has become tired. You are human. You have carried thoughts, feelings, tasks, hopes, fears, memories, and responsibilities through. The day. It is natural to need a place where you can put them down. You are allowed to become less responsible for the world during the night. You are allowed to stop watching over everything. You are allowed to let the unanswered questions remain unanswered for a few hours. You are allowed to admit that you have reached the end of what you can do today. This does not make you careless. It makes you honest. There are moments when continuing to think is no longer helping. There are moments when another hour of worry will not make you safer. There are moments when the answer will not come because the mind is too tired to hear it. The kindest choice may be to leave the question alone and allow a clearer mind to meet it later. Your life does not fall apart when you rest. The world does not stop because your eyes close. What is meant to be handled tomorrow can wait for tomorrow. What truly matters will still matter when morning comes. And you may be more able to face it after your body has been given the care it needs. Perhaps a part of you is afraid to believe that. Perhaps the mind says, "But I have to think about this." You can answer gently, "I have thought about it enough for tonight." The mind may say, "But what if I forget?" You can answer, "What matters can return to me tomorrow." The mind may say, "But what if something goes wrong?" You can answer, "I will meet tomorrow when it comes." you do not have to argue with the mind. You do not have to prove that everything will be perfect. You only have to remind it that this is not the moment for action. This is the moment for rest. There is a deep tiredness that sleep alone cannot always touch. It is the tiredness of holding yourself together. It is the tiredness of always trying to be ready. It is the tiredness of watching your words, managing emotions, carrying responsibilities, and acting as if you are fine when something inside you is asking to be held. This kind of tiredness needs more than a closed room. It needs permission. It needs safety. It needs a loving voice that says, "You do not have to be strong in this moment." Perhaps you have been strong all day. Perhaps you answered people when you wanted silence. Perhaps you kept moving when your body wanted rest. Perhaps you smiled while your heart felt heavy. Perhaps you handled things that no one else could see. Tonight, you do not have to keep proving that strength. Strength is not only carrying more. Strength can also be putting something down. Strength can be admitting that you are tired. Strength can be choosing not to solve one more problem. Strength can be trusting that you are still worthy when you are doing nothing. You are not lazy because you need rest. You are not falling behind because you stop for the night. You are not weak because your body wants to soften. There is wisdom in knowing when to continue, and there is wisdom in knowing when to stop. The body has been listening to you all day. It has listened to every worried thought. It has listened to every urgent message. It has listened to every time you said, "I have to hurry. I cannot fail. I must get this right." Or, "I do not have enough time." Now the body needs a different message. I do not have to hurry tonight. I do not have to fix everything tonight. I do not have to carry tomorrow tonight. I am safe enough to let go. Notice how these words feel. Perhaps they bring relief. Perhaps they bring resistance. Perhaps they bring emotion. Whatever comes is allowed. You are not doing this wrong. Sometimes the first moment of safety does not feel peaceful. Sometimes it brings tears. When the body has been holding tension for a long time, softness can make hidden feelings rise. This does not mean you should close again. It may mean the body finally believes it can release something. You do not have to understand every feeling that appears. You do not need to name every memory. You do not have to ask why you feel this way. Let the feeling be present without turning it into another problem to solve. You can simply say, "Something in me is tired, and I am listening now." There is great healing in being listened to, even when the one listening is you. Many times, the frightened parts inside become louder because they do not feel heard. They repeat the worry. They repeat the memory. They repeat the warning because they are afraid you will ignore them. You do not need to obey every fear, but you can listen with kindness. You can say, I understand that you are trying to protect me. You have worked very hard. You do not need to keep watching tonight. The fearful part may not trust these words immediately. That is all right. Trust is built through gentle return. Each time the mind becomes loud, you return. Each time the body tightens, you return. Each time tomorrow enters the room, you return to tonight. This moment does not require the whole future. This moment only asks you to be here. You are here in this room. You are here in this body. You are here with the breath that is moving without being forced. You are here with the support beneath you. You are here at the end of this day. You have reached this moment. Whatever happened, you are here now. Whatever remains unfinished, you are here now. Whatever tomorrow may bring, you are here now. The present moment may not answer every question, but it can give the body one clear message. Nothing is being demanded from you right now. The night is not asking you to perform. It is not judging how much you completed. It is not measuring whether you deserve peace. It is simply offering quiet. Can you allow the quiet to be enough for this moment? You do not have to fill it with planning. You do not have to fill it with regret. You do not have to fill it with imagined conversations. Let the quiet remain quiet. You may have been living as if letting go means losing control. But true letting go is not losing yourself. It is returning to yourself. It is coming back from tomorrow, from yesterday, from everyone else's needs, and meeting the person who has been carrying all of it. That person is you. You are the one who needs your kindness tonight. You are the one who needs to hear, you did enough. You are the one who needs to hear, you can stop now. You are the one who needs to hear, I will not abandon you just because the day is quiet. Many people are able to support everyone except themselves. They know how to comfort another person. They know how to say, do not worry, get some rest, we can think about it tomorrow. Yet when their own heart is afraid, they become harsh. They say, why can't you stop thinking? Why are you like this? Why can't you just sleep? Tonight, speak to yourself the way you would speak to someone you deeply care about. You would not shame a tired person for being tired. You would not demand that a frightened person become calm immediately. You would not tell a hurting person to stop feeling. You would make room. You would stay near. You would speak slowly. Give yourself that same care. You can say, I know this has been hard. You can say, I know you have carried a lot. You can say, you do not have to carry it alone in this moment. You can say, I am here with you. The body responds to the way you speak. A harsh thought can tighten the chest. A loving thought can create a little space. A frightening image can make the stomach close. A gentle image can help the breath move more freely. Your own voice can become a signal of safety. It does not need to be perfect. It only needs to be kinder than the voice of fear. Tonight, you are not trying to defeat your thoughts. You are teaching them that they do not need to lead. You are not trying to force your body to sleep. You are showing it that the danger is not here. You are not trying to remove every feeling. You are becoming a safe place for feelings to pass through. This is how the inner world begins to change, not through one dramatic command, but through many small moments of kindness. One thought that says, I can stop. One breath that is not rushed. One moment when you do not follow the worry. One choice to remain in the present. One loving sentence repeated until the body begins to believe it. Tonight, I am safe enough to let go. Perhaps the meaning of those words is becoming clearer. Letting go does not mean you lose your care, your wisdom, or your strength. You release the need to stay ready for every possible future. You release the belief that worry is the only thing keeping your life together. You release the pressure to solve what cannot be solved in this tired moment. You let yourself be held by the bed beneath you, the night around you, and the quiet life still moving within you. Nothing has to happen immediately. You do not have to reach sleep as quickly as possible. Even resting without sleeping is still rest. Even lying quietly and speaking gently to yourself is different from fighting through the night. Remove the pressure to make something happen. Let the body find its own way. The more you chase sleep, the further away it can feel. The more you demand silence from the mind, the more the mind may resist. But when you stop chasing and begin allowing, something changes. You are no longer saying, I must sleep. You are saying, I am allowed to rest. You are no longer saying, my mind must stop. You are saying, I do not have to follow every thought. You are no longer saying, I must feel safe. You are saying, I am learning that this moment is safe enough. That is a softer path. And the body often opens more easily to softness than to force. You may have spent a long time believing you must control your inner world. But the night is teaching you another way. Thoughts can come without becoming orders. Feelings can rise without becoming your future. Tension can appear without meaning you are in danger. You can notice what is present and remain gentle. This is a new kind of power. The old power was holding everything tightly. The new power is knowing you can release something and still be safe. The old power was staying alert. The new power is trusting yourself to respond when response is truly needed. The old power was forcing. The new power is allowing. Tonight, you are moving from one kind of strength into another. You are becoming someone who does not need fear to remain responsible. You are becoming someone who can care without carrying everything. You are becoming someone who understands that peace is not the same as losing control. Peace is the moment you stop fighting yourself. Let that be enough for now. You may wonder why the mind becomes so active when the day becomes quiet. During the day, there are tasks, conversations, movement, noise, and places for your attention to go. But when the night arrives, the outer world becomes softer, and the inner world becomes easier to hear. Thoughts that were pushed aside begin to return. Feelings that did not have space during the day begin to rise. Questions that were hidden beneath activity suddenly feel important. The silence does not create these things. It simply reveals what has already been waiting inside. This is why nighttime can feel difficult. It may be the first moment when you are no longer distracted from what you have been carrying. You may carry fear without calling it fear. You may call it planning. You may call it thinking ahead. You may call it being careful. You may call it responsibility. But if the mind continues repeating the same problem without finding a new answer, it may no longer be planning. It may be fear trying to remain active. Fear often believes that if it stops, something bad will happen. It may say, "Keep thinking so you do not miss anything." It may say, "Stay awake so you remain in control." It may say, "Imagine every possible problem so you will be ready." It may say, "Do not relax yet." There is still too much uncertainty. This fearful voice is not trying to harm you. It is trying to protect you with the only method it knows. Perhaps it learned that being prepared was safer than being surprised. Perhaps it learned that peace could disappear without warning. Perhaps it learned that if you did not think about everything, no one else would. The problem is that fear does not know when its work is finished. It can keep preparing long after preparation has stopped being useful. It can keep searching long after there is nothing more to find. It can keep the body alert even when the room is safe. The body may believe that staying tense prevents pain. The mind may believe that thinking prevents loss. The heart may believe that holding on prevents disappointment. But holding on does not always protect you. Sometimes it only prevents you from receiving the rest you need. Think about how much energy is required to remain alert. The body must keep watching. The mind must keep checking. The heart must remain guarded. Nothing is allowed to settle because settling feels dangerous. You may not notice this during the day because you are used to it. You may call it normal. But at night the cost becomes clearer. The shoulders still hold the day. The jaw still holds the words you did not say. The stomach still holds the uncertainty you could not solve. The chest still holds the fear you tried not to feel. The hands may be still, but inside you are still reaching for control. What are you trying to control tonight? Perhaps you are trying to control how someone feels about you. Perhaps you are replaying a message, a silence, or a change in someone's behavior. You may be searching for a meaning that will make you feel safe. Perhaps you are trying to control money, work, or the future. You may be building plans in your head because uncertainty feels too open. Perhaps you're trying to control how others see you. You may be reviewing what you said and asking whether you were too much, too quiet, too honest, or not enough. Perhaps you are trying to control your own emotions. You may be telling yourself you should not feel hurt, afraid, lonely, angry, or tired. Control can take many forms, but beneath it is often the same request: please let me know that I will be safe. The mind searches for certainty because certainty feels like safety. But life does not always offer certainty. There are questions that cannot be answered tonight. There are people whose thoughts you cannot control. There are outcomes that are still forming. There are decisions that need time. When certainty is not available, the mind may keep searching anyway. It may believe that if it thinks long enough, it can force an answer to appear. But there are moments when the search itself becomes the source of pain. The mind asks, what if this goes wrong? It imagines one answer, then another, then another. Each answer creates a new feeling. The body reacts as if every imagined future is happening now. This is important to understand. The body may not fully separate a feared image from a present event. When the mind imagines rejection, the chest can tighten. When the mind imagines financial loss, the stomach can close. When the mind imagines illness, loneliness, or failure, the nervous system can prepare as if the danger is already here. The future enters the body before it enters your life. This is why nighttime worry can feel so real. You are not only thinking about a problem, your body is living inside the possible problem. You may say, I am only trying to prepare. But preparation should eventually lead to a clear step. If the same thoughts continue in circles, the mind may not be preparing. It may be trying to escape the discomfort of not knowing. Not knowing can feel deeply unsafe when you have spent your life depending on control. Yet no amount of nighttime worry can remove every unknown part of tomorrow. You may prepare for one outcome, and life may move another way. You may imagine the worst, and something gentle may happen. You may fear a closed door, only to discover another path. You may believe you need an answer now, but the answer may become clear only after you have rested. You do not need to know everything in order to be safe tonight. You only need to know what this moment requires. Does this moment require a decision, or can the decision wait? Does this moment require action, or has everything possible already been done? Does this moment require another hour of thought, or does it require rest? These questions can help you separate real responsibility from fear. Real responsibility is clear. It points toward a useful step. Fear keeps moving without direction. Real responsibility says, I will handle this tomorrow. Fear says, you must solve it now. Real responsibility says, I have done what I can. Fear says, it is never enough. Real responsibility allows rest after action. Fear believes rest is dangerous. You can care deeply about your life without carrying every concern through the night. Caring is not the same as worrying. Worry does not prove that something matters to you. Love does not require endless fear. You can love someone and still sleep. You can care about your future and still rest. You can be responsible and still release the day. You can have unfinished work and still allow your body to recover. You can face uncertainty without becoming uncertainty. This may feel unfamiliar. Perhaps you have believed that worry keeps you connected to the people and things you care about. Perhaps relaxing feels like you are not trying hard enough. But worry is not the only form of care. Rest can be care. Trust can be care. Waiting can be care. Choosing not to react from exhaustion can be care. The tired mind often sees only the problem. Rest gives the mind space to see more. You may have noticed that something feels impossible at night and more manageable in the morning. This is not because the problem changed while you slept. It is because your inner state changed. The mind became less crowded. The body became less frightened. A little energy returned. Rest does not always give you the answer, but it can give you a better place from which to meet the question. This is why you do not need to feel guilty for stopping. You are not abandoning the problem. You are choosing not to meet it from the weakest, most tired part of yourself. You can say, "This matters to me, and I will return to it when I am more able." That is not avoidance. That is wisdom. There may also be another reason you hold on at night. You may be afraid of what you will feel when you stop. During the day, activity may keep sadness away. Work may keep loneliness quiet. Noise may cover disappointment. Helping others may keep you from noticing your own needs. But when the night becomes still, these feelings may come closer. You may keep thinking because thinking feels safer than feeling. Thoughts give the mind something to do. Feelings ask you to be present. If sadness rises, you may begin planning. If loneliness rises, you may check your phone. If fear rises, you may search for answers. If anger rises, you may replay the past. The mind moves because the heart is asking to be heard. You do not need to be afraid of what you feel. A feeling is not a command. It is not a prediction. It is not a permanent truth. It is an inner movement asking for attention. You can let sadness be sadness without turning it into, "I will always be alone." You can let fear be fear without turning it into, "Something bad is coming." You can let disappointment be disappointment without turning it into, "Nothing ever works for me." You can let tiredness be tiredness without turning it into, "I am weak." The feeling is often painful enough. The story added around it makes it heavier. Tonight, when a feeling rises, try not to build a future around it. Stay close to what is true now. I feel afraid. I feel tired. I feel uncertain. I feel hurt. These are present feelings. They do not describe your whole life. They do not decide tomorrow. Then ask, what does this feeling need from me? Fear may need to hear, you are not alone. Sadness may need to hear, you are allowed to feel. Tiredness may need to hear, you can stop. Uncertainty may need to hear, you do not need the whole answer tonight. You become safer inside when your feelings are no longer met with attack. Many people learned to abandon themselves when emotion appeared. They were told to stop crying, stop worrying, stop being sensitive, stop making a problem. Over time, they learned to repeat those words inwardly. Now, when the heart hurts, the mind says, "Why are you like this?" When the body feels tense, the mind says, "Calm down." When sadness appears, the mind says, "You should be over this." This creates two layers of pain. There is the original feeling, and then there is the judgment placed on top of it. Tonight, you can stop adding. Share the second layer. You can allow a feeling without punishing yourself for having it. You can say, "This is difficult, and I am still worthy of kindness." You can say, "I do not need to fix this feeling immediately." You can say, "I can stay with myself until it becomes softer." This is how emotional safety begins. Safety does not always mean the feeling disappears. It means you trust that you will not abandon yourself while the feeling is present. You know you will not attack yourself. You know you will not make one hard moment into your whole identity. You know you will not demand answers from an exhausted heart. You know you will remain. When you know you will remain, the inner world does not need to hold on so tightly. There may be old reasons why rest does not feel natural. Perhaps being alert once helped you. Perhaps you had to notice changes in the room. Perhaps you learned to listen for someone else's mood. Perhaps you became responsible before you were ready. Perhaps calm was often followed by something painful, so the body learned not to trust calm. Even if you do not remember one clear reason, the body may still carry the habit. You do not need to search for every memory. You do not need to understand every part of the past before you can begin creating a different present. You can simply recognize, "A part of me learned that staying ready was safer." Then you can add, "That part has worked very hard." And then, "It does not need to do all of that tonight." This is a loving way to meet an old pattern. You do not fight it, you thank it, and you begin giving it another choice. The body may ask, "Are you sure?" You answer through repetition. Each night you return to kindness. Each time you notice tension, you soften instead of criticize. Each time the mind runs toward tomorrow, you guide it back. Each time fear says, "Stay alert," you answer, "I can respond when response is needed." The body learns from repeated experience. One peaceful sentence may not change everything, but every peaceful sentence matters. One night of gentleness may not remove every habit, but it begins a new pattern. The old pattern was worry followed by more worry. The new pattern can be worry followed by compassion. The old pattern was tension followed by criticism. The new pattern can be tension followed by listening. The old pattern was uncertainty followed by control. The new pattern can be uncertainty followed by trust. You are not asking yourself to become a completely different person tonight. You are offering one different response. That is enough to begin. Ask yourself gently, what am I afraid will happen if I stop thinking? Perhaps the answer is, I will lose control. Then ask, has thinking all night truly given me control? Perhaps the answer is, I will miss something important. Then ask, can I trust myself to meet what is important tomorrow? Perhaps the answer is, I will feel what I have been avoiding. Then answer, I can meet one feeling with kindness. These questions are not meant to pressure you. They help the fearful mind become honest. Sometimes the mind keeps working because it has never been told that the shift is over. The body has moved into nighttime, but the inner world is still in daytime. It still believes it must answer, perform, manage, and respond. You can give it a clear ending. The work of today is complete enough. The conversations of today are complete enough. The choices of today are complete enough. I release myself from doing more. Complete enough does not mean perfect. It means you have reached the limit of what this day can hold. There will always be something more that could be done. Another message, another task, another plan, another thought. If you wait until nothing remains, you may never rest. You must choose an ending. The day will not always end itself inside you. Sometimes you must say, I am finished for now. That sentence creates a boundary between today and tomorrow. Without that boundary, every concern enters the night. The mind believes it is still working. The body never receives the signal that it can come down from alertness. Tonight, choose an ending. You can return to the rest tomorrow. You can continue the work tomorrow. You can feel more tomorrow. You can decide more tomorrow. Tonight, you are allowed to be unfinished. An unfinished life can still rest. An unfinished heart can still rest. An unfinished problem can still wait. You do not have to complete your whole life before you close your eyes. There is another belief that keeps many people awake. It is the belief that rest must be earned through exhaustion. You may believe you deserve to stop only after you have pushed yourself far enough. But if rest always comes after collapse, the body never learns that care can come before pain. You can rest because rest is needed, not because you have proven that you cannot continue. You can stop before the body forces you to stop. You can listen before the tension becomes louder. You can care for yourself before you reach the edge. This is a new kind of relationship with yourself. You are no longer waiting for suffering to give you permission. You give yourself permission because you matter. Your body matters before it breaks. Your heart matters before it becomes empty. Your mind matters before it becomes overwhelmed. Tonight, let care arrive earlier. Let it arrive now. You have thought enough for this moment. You have carried enough for this moment. You have watched over enough for this moment. I no longer need to stay alert to protect myself. Let that sentence meet the part of you that still believes sleep is unsafe. I no longer need to stay alert to protect myself. You are not saying that nothing difficult will ever happen. You are saying that fear does not need to happen first. You can respond to life when life arrives. You do not have to live every possible future before it happens. The body may need time to trust this. Be patient. You are not correct. A mistake. You are comforting a protector. The part that worries is trying to keep you safe. The part that checks is trying to keep you safe. The part that plans is trying to keep you safe. The part that refuses to rest is trying to keep you safe. You can thank these parts without letting them lead the night. You can say, "Thank you for caring. We are resting now." There is no shame in the way you learn to survive. But you are allowed to learn a softer way to live. You are allowed to become someone who does not need tension to feel responsible. You are allowed to become someone who can release control without feeling lost. You are allowed to become someone who trusts that tomorrow can be met tomorrow. You are allowed to sleep without watching over the whole world. The night is not asking you to stop caring. It is asking you to stop carrying. The mind may understand many beautiful ideas, while the body still feels afraid. You can tell yourself there is nothing to worry about, yet the shoulders remain tight. You can say that tomorrow will be fine, yet the stomach still feels closed. You can repeat that you are safe, yet something inside continues waiting. This is not because your body is refusing to help you. The body learns through experience, not only through words. It needs to feel the present moment. It needs simple signs that tell it the danger is not here. You do not have to create perfect safety. You only need to offer the body enough safety to soften a little. Begin with what is already supporting you. Notice the surface beneath you. You do not have to hold your full weight. Something is carrying you. The bed, the chair, the floor, or the place where you rest is doing part of the work. Let yourself notice that support. You do not need to push into it. You do not need to force your body to relax. Simply recognize, I am being held. For much of the day, you may feel as if you must hold yourself up. You carry tasks, choices, feelings, and the needs of others. Now there is something beneath you saying, you can place your weight here. Allow that message to reach you. I do not have to hold myself up in this moment. Notice where the body is still working. Perhaps the shoulders are lifted as if they are carrying something. You do not need to order them to drop. Let them know their work is complete for now. Perhaps the jaw is tight. It may be holding words, effort, or control. Let it know that nothing needs to be said in this moment. Perhaps the hands are closed. Let the fingers become less responsible. Perhaps the stomach is tense. Let it know that no decision is being demanded right now. You do not have to relax every part of the body. Choose one place that is willing to soften. Even one softened place sends a message through the whole system. It says, we are not running. It says, we are not fighting. It says, we can stop for this moment. The body often needs present facts. Fear speaks in imagined futures. Safety speaks about what is here. Fear says, something may go wrong. Safety says, in this moment, I am here. Fear says, tomorrow may be difficult. Safety says, tomorrow is not happening now. Fear says, I need to be ready. Safety says, nothing is being asked of me in this moment. Bring the mind back to what is true now. You are not inside tomorrow's conversation. You are not inside tomorrow's task. You are not inside the feared result. You are here. The room may not be perfect. Your life may not be perfect. You may still have real concerns. Present safety does not mean pretending those concerns do not exist. It means understanding that they are not happening in this exact moment. This exact moment has its own truth. You are breathing. You are supported. You are listening. You are allowed to stop. The body can only live in the present, but the mind can pull it into the past and future. Every time the mind imagines danger, the body may follow. Every time you return to what is real now, the body receives another chance to settle. You can say, right now, I do not need to solve anything. Notice the words right now. They do not make a promise about forever. They do not deny that action may be needed later. They only create a small, safe space around this moment. Right now, I do not need to solve anything. That may be easier for the body to believe than everything is perfect. You do not need to say everything is perfect. You only need to say what is true. The work can wait. The message can wait. The answer can wait. The decision can wait. This moment is for rest. The body trusts clear and simple language. It does not need a long speech. It needs a message that does not create more pressure. You might say, dear body, you can stop working now. You might say, you have carried me through this day. You might say, I am listening. You might say, nothing is being demanded from you. These words become more powerful when they are spoken without force. You are not commanding the body. You are inviting it. There is a difference between saying, relax now, and saying, you are allowed to soften. The first sentence may feel like another task. The second feels like permission. There is a difference between saying, stop thinking, and saying, you do not have to follow this thought. The first creates a fight. The second creates space. There is a difference between saying go to sleep and saying you can rest in whatever way is possible. The first creates pressure. The second removes it. Your body has already felt enough pressure. Let this moment be different. If thoughts continue, let them continue in the background. You do not need to answer them. Imagine that each thought is asking for your attention, but you are not required to open the door. A thought may say, "Remember what happened." You can answer, "Not tonight." A thought may say, "What about Tom? Tomorrow?" You can answer, "Tomorrow will have its own time." A thought may say, "You need to solve this." You can answer, "I will return when I am rested." You are not pushing the thought away. You are placing it in the right time. Many thoughts feel urgent only because they are being felt in a tired body. The urgency may soften when the body feels safer. This is why you begin with the body rather than trying to think your way into peace. Notice the warmth around you. Perhaps it is the blanket, the air, or the natural warmth of your own hands. Warmth can become a simple message. It says, "You are not outside in danger." It says, "You are allowed to be still." It says, "There is care here." If it feels natural, allow your hand to rest somewhere that needs reassurance. It may be the heart, the stomach, the shoulder, or any place that feels tense. The hand does not need to fix anything. Its presence says, "I am here." Sometimes the body does not need an answer. It needs company. A frightened part may have spent years feeling alone with its fear. Now your own presence can become the thing that changes the experience. You can say, "I am staying with you." You can say, "You do not have to go through this moment alone." You can say, "I will not attack you for feeling afraid." This is safety. Safety is not only the absence of danger. Safety is the presence of kindness. You become safer when you know you will speak to yourself with care. You become safer when you know a mistake will not lead to inner cruelty. You become safer when you know fear will be met with patience. You become safer when you know tiredness will be met with rest rather than shame. You become safer when you know you will remain on your own side. The body listens for this kind of safety. It wants to know whether you are a safe place to live. For many years, you may have spoken to yourself in ways that kept the body tense. You may have rushed yourself, judged yourself, compared yourself, or frightened yourself. This does not make you bad. You may have been repeating what you learned. Tonight, you are learning another voice. The new voice does not say, "Why are you still awake?" It says, "I understand that it is hard to let go." The new voice does not say, "You are making tomorrow worse." It says, "Let us make this moment softer." The new voice does not say, "You should be calm." It says, "You are allowed to take your time. The body begins to trust when it is no longer afraid of your reaction. Think about how different it feels to be with someone who becomes angry when you are upset and someone who stays calm. With the first, you hide. With the second, you slowly open. Your inner world is the same. If fear is met with anger, it hides and remains active. If fear is met with kindness, it begins to speak honestly. Perhaps the fear says, "I am afraid of being alone." You can answer, "I am here." Perhaps it says, "I am afraid something will change." You can answer, "I will meet change when it comes." Perhaps it says, "I am afraid I cannot handle tomorrow." You can answer, "You do not need to handle tomorrow tonight." Perhaps it says, "I am afraid to stop being strong." You can answer, "Rest does not remove your strength." This inner conversation teaches the body something new. It teaches that fear does not have to shout to receive care. You are listening before it becomes louder. You are caring before the body reaches exhaustion. You are present before panic takes over. This is a loving change. Safety can also be found in simple things you may normally ignore. The steady support beneath you, the quiet between sounds, the way the breath leaves the body without being pushed, the fact that you are not being asked to perform. Let the senses bring you back from the mind. The mind may be in a future that does not exist yet. The body can feel what is real. The mind may be replaying a room from the past. The body can feel the place where you are now. The mind may be listening for danger. The body can notice the quiet that is already present. You do not need to search for a special experience. Safety is often ordinary. It is the feeling of weight being supported. It is the warmth of the covering around you. It is the air moving gently. It is the lack of urgency in this moment. It is the choice not to answer another thought. These simple things matter because the nervous system learns through repeated signals. Every time you notice support, you teach the body that support exists. Every time you soften the voice within, you teach the body that kindness exists. Every time you allow an unfinished question to wait, you teach the body that uncertainty can be survived. Every time you remain with yourself, you teach the heart that it will not be abandoned. This is how safety becomes less unfamiliar. The body may have practiced tension for many years. Do not expect it to forget tension in one night. Be gentle with the time it takes. A new pattern becomes natural through repetition. Tonight you soften one place. Tomorrow night you may soften another. Tonight you answer one fear with love. Tomorrow night the answer may come more easily. Tonight you allow one problem to wait. Tomorrow night the mind may trust you a little sooner. Nothing is wasted. Each peaceful return becomes part of the new pattern. You may notice the body tightening again after it has softened. This does not mean you failed. The old habit may return because it is familiar. Simply return again. Safety is not one perfect state that never changes. It is the ability to come back. You notice the shoulders rising and you remind them they can rest. You notice the mind running and you bring it back to now. You notice fear appearing and you answer without shame. You notice the urge to control and you release one small part of it. This return is the practice. Do not measure your progress by whether every thought disappears. Measure it by how you respond when thoughts return. Do you attack yourself or do you guide yourself? Do you follow the fear or do you remain in the room? Do you demand sleep or do you allow rest? Do you call the tension failure or do you meet it with care? These responses show that something is changing. You are becoming a place where your own body can breathe. There may be nights when this feels easier and nights when it feels difficult. Your body is affected by many things. A difficult day may create more tension. An uncertain season may make the mind louder. Do not turn a hard night into proof that you are going backward. Healing does not move in a straight line. Safety may feel close one night and distant the next. What matters is that you continue offering it. You continue saying, I am here. You continue saying, this moment is not an emergency. You continue saying, we can rest without knowing everything. You continue choosing not to become another source of fear for yourself. That choice is powerful. Perhaps no one taught you how to feel safe inside yourself. Perhaps you learned how to achieve, help, endure, or hide. But inner safety may be new. You are allowed to learn it slowly. You are allowed to begin with simple words. My body is safe in this moment. My shoulders no longer need to carry the whole day. My jaw can soften. My hands can rest. My heart does not need to hurry. My body is learning a new way to feel safe. Let each sentence meet a different place within you. Do not rush through them. Let the words become messages rather than tasks. My body is safe in this moment, not forever, not in every possible future, in this moment. My shoulders no longer need to carry the whole day. The day has already happened. Carrying it longer will not change it. My jaw can soften. Nothing needs to be explained or defended right now. My hands can rest. There is nothing they need to hold. My heart does not need to hurry. There is no finish line in this moment. My body is learning a new way to feel safe. Learning means it does not have to know everything already. You are not asking the body to become calm. You are giving it reasons to become calmer. You are giving it support. You are giving it kindness. You are giving it the truth of the present. You are giving it permission. The body often softens when it no longer has to protect you from yourself. When the inner voice becomes gentle, the body has one less danger to watch. When you stop demanding perfection, the chest has one less weight. When you stop carrying tomorrow, the stomach has one less fear. When you stop replaying the past, the shoulders have one less burden. You may not be able to remove every source of stress tonight, but you can stop adding more stress through the way you speak to yourself. This is within your reach. You may not control tomorrow, but you can choose the voice you use now. You may not know every answer, but you can choose not to punish yourself for not knowing. You may not feel completely safe, but you can create one safe moment, one safe hiki. A moment leads to another. One gentle thought leads to another. One softened place allows another place to soften. You do not need a dramatic change. Let the body move in small ways. Perhaps the breath becomes easier. Perhaps the hands open. Perhaps the forehead becomes less tense. Perhaps the thoughts slow down for a moment. Let small changes count. The body trusts what is repeated, not what is forced. Repeat the present. I am here. Repeat the permission. I can rest. Repeat the support. I am being held. Repeat the safety. Nothing is being demanded from me now. You may find that the mind still tries to leave the room. It returns to the conversation, the money, the decision, the body, the future. Each time, bring it back without frustration. Not now, tomorrow. This moment is for rest. A loving boundary can be placed around the night. Not every thought is allowed to become a task. Not every fear is allowed to become a plan. Not every feeling is allowed to become a prediction. You can let things remain incomplete. There is great safety in knowing you do not have to respond to everything inside you. A thought can pass. A feeling can move. A memory can appear. You can remain. You are the steady place through which these experiences move. You are not the worry. You are the one noticing the worry. You are not the tension. You are the one meeting the tension. You are not the feared future. You are the one here now. This small distance gives you choice. You do not have to enter every thought. You can stay with the support beneath you. You can stay with the warmth around you. You can stay with the simple truth that you have reached the end of this day. The body may have been waiting to hear that. The day is over. You survived it. You do not need to keep living it. Whatever happened belongs to the hours that have already passed. You can honor the day without carrying it further. You can say, I release myself from today. You can say, I allow the night to begin. You can say, I am safe enough to stop. Let the night become more than the time when you close your eyes. Let it become the place where your body learns that nothing is required. No performance, no answer, no protection, no proof. Only this moment, only the support beneath you, only your own gentle presence. You are teaching your body that safety is not something it must wait to receive from the whole world. Safety can begin in the way you meet yourself. It begins when you stop rushing your own healing. It begins when you stop turning fear into failure. It begins when you stop demanding that the heart become quiet before you offer love. It begins when you say, you can feel what you feel, and I am still here. That is the message the body has been waiting for. You are here. You are listening. You are no longer asking it to carry the day alone. You are no longer asking it to solve the future. You are no longer asking it to become peaceful through force. You are all owing safety to enter slowly. Let it enter through the words. Let it enter through the support beneath you. Let it enter through the place in the body that is ready to soften. Let it enter through the choice not to follow the next worried thought. Let it enter through the simple truth that this moment asks nothing from you. My body is safe in this moment. I do not have to solve tomorrow tonight. I am allowed to rest before everything is complete. I am here with myself. I am safe enough to let go. A difficult day does not need to become a difficult night. What happened today may have been heavy. Something may have disappointed you. Something may have remained unfinished. A conversation may still be moving through your mind. A mistake may still feel close. A question may still be waiting for an answer. But the day does not need to continue inside you simply because it has ended outside you. You are allowed to let this day stop. You are allowed to place a gentle boundary between what has already happened and what has not yet begun. You are allowed to say, this day has held enough. Perhaps the mind does not agree. Perhaps it says there is still more to think about. Perhaps it says you should review everything again so that you do not make the same mistake. Perhaps it says you should replay the conversation, search for hidden meaning, or decide what you should have said differently. But the night is not a courtroom. You do not need to place yourself on trial. You do not need to collect every imperfect moment and use it as evidence against yourself. You do not need to judge whether you were good enough, calm enough, productive enough, wise enough, or strong enough. You lived this day with the energy, awareness, and understanding you had. Perhaps you could have done something differently. That may be true. But learning does not require punishment. Growth does not need cruelty. You can recognize what needs to change without hurting yourself through the night. You can say, I see what I want to do differently. Then you can stop. You can say, I understand what this day showed me. Then you can rest. You can say, I will meet this again with a clearer mind. Then you can release it. The mind often believes that replaying the past will somehow change it. It returns to the same words, the same expression, the same choice, the same moment. It searches for the place where everything might have gone another way. But the past does not change because you suffer over it longer. What happened has already happened. The question now is not how many times you can return to it. The question is what kindness you can offer yourself as you leave it. Perhaps you said something you wish you had not said. You can learn from that without calling yourself a bad person. Perhaps you remained silent when you wanted to speak. You can understand that without shaming the part of you that felt afraid. Perhaps you delayed something important. You can make another choice tomorrow. Without turning tonight into punishment. Perhaps you gave too much energy to someone else. You can notice the pattern without using it as another reason to abandon yourself. The day may have shown you a wound, a habit, a fear, or a place where you still need support. That does not make the day a failure. It makes the day honest. Honest days can still end peacefully. You do not need to carry the lesson and the punishment together. Keep the lesson. Release the punishment. There is a difference between reflection and attack. Reflection helps you see. Attack makes you smaller. Reflection says, I want to understand this. Attack says, what is wrong with me? Reflection says, what can I choose next time? Attack says, I always ruin everything. Reflection opens the future. Attack keeps you trapped in the past. Tonight, choose reflection without cruelty. You can look at the day with soft eyes. You can notice what hurt. You can notice where you lost yourself. You can notice what made you feel alive. You can notice what you need more of and what you need less of. Then you can let the day be complete enough. Complete enough does not mean perfect. It does not mean every task was finished. It does not mean every feeling was understood. It does not mean every problem found an answer. It means this day has reached its natural ending. You have reached the place where more effort may not bring more clarity. You have reached the place where the body needs recovery. You have reached the place where the heart needs quiet more than another explanation. The day is complete enough. Let that sentence remove some pressure. The day is complete enough. There may still be dishes, messages, plans, thoughts, worries, and unfinished work. But your worth is not tied to whether everything is done. There will almost always be something left. Life is always moving. There will always be another task, another choice, another need, another question. If you wait until nothing remains, you will keep delaying rest. You must allow some things to remain unfinished. You must trust that unfinished does not mean unsafe. You must trust that what matters can continue tomorrow. There is strength in saying, "This can wait." There is wisdom in knowing when another effort will not help. There is love in refusing to use your body as the place where every unfinished thing must live. Your shoulders do not need to hold the list. Your chest does not need to hold the conversation. Your stomach does not need to hold the fear. Your mind does not need to hold every possible outcome. Let the night become the place where you set these things down. Imagine that you have been carrying a heavy bag through the whole day. Inside it are the words you heard, the words you did not say, the things you completed, the things you avoided, the moods of others, the pressure you placed on yourself, and the worries about what comes next. You have carried this bag from one hour to another. You have brought it into every room. You have held it while helping others. You have held it while trying to smile. You have held it while telling yourself that you were fine. Now you have arrived at the door of the night. You do not need to bring the bag inside. You can place it down. You do not have to empty it now. You do not have to organize everything inside it. You do not have to decide what each thing means. You can simply place it by the door and say, "I will look again when I have rested." The bag will not disappear because you put it down. The things that truly need attention will still be there, but your body will no longer be carrying their full weight through the night. I do not have to carry today into tomorrow. Let those words become a boundary. I do not have to carry today into tomorrow. You are allowed to enter the night with empty hands. You are allowed to leave the old conversation outside the room. You are allowed to stop explaining yourself to people who are not here. You are allowed to stop answering questions no one is asking right now. You are allowed to stop repeating what cannot be changed tonight. Perhaps there is a conversation that continues to live in your mind. You hear the words again. You imagine another answer. You think of what you should have said. The mind may believe that if it finds the perfect reply, the discomfort will end. But the perfect reply cannot return to the past. You can let yourself know, "I understand what I wanted to say." That may be enough. You can let yourself know, "My feelings mattered, even if I did not express them perfectly." That may be enough. You can let yourself know, "I can speak more clearly when another moment comes." That may be enough. You do not need to keep rehearsing for a moment that has already ended. Perhaps someone else's mood is still inside you. Maybe they were cold, disappointed, angry, distant, or difficult to understand. You may be trying to decide what their behavior means about you. But another person's mood does not belong in your body through the night. You can care without carrying. You can love without absorbing. You can remain open without making yourself responsible for every feeling around you. You are not required to solve what another person has not spoken. You are not required to make yourself smaller because someone else was uncomfortable. You are not required to spend the night searching for the approval you did not receive during the day. You can say, their feelings belong to them. My peace belongs to me. This is not coldness. It is a healthy separation. It is the understanding that you can be kind and still return to yourself. You can wish someone well and still release their energy. You can care about the relationship and still choose rest. You can allow tomorrow's conversation to happen tomorrow. There may also be something you did not complete. A task, a plan, a promise, or a responsibility may be waiting. You may feel guilty for stopping, but stopping does not mean you have given up. It means the day has limits. Your energy has limits. Your attention has limits. Your body is not meant to continue without end. You are allowed to say, I will continue when I have more to give. There is no honor in pushing until you have nothing left. There is no wisdom in making exhaustion the proof that you care. You can care deeply and still stop. You can be devoted and still rest. You can be serious about your life without living in constant pressure. Tomorrow does not need a damaged version of you. It needs a supported version of you. Rest is part of the work. Rest is part of healing. Rest is part of wise action. It is not something separate from your life. It is one of the ways life renews you. Perhaps you are carrying a mistake. You may be thinking, I should have known better. But you know more now because the moment happened. You are using today's understanding to attack the version of you who had less understanding then. That is not fair to your own heart. You can take responsibility without refusing yourself compassion. You can say, I wish I had chosen differently and I still deserve rest. You can say, I will repair what I can, and I will not destroy myself over what I cannot change. You can say, I am learning. Learning is allowed to be imperfect. You are allowed to need several attempts. You are allowed to understand something slowly. You are allowed to become wiser without hating who you were before. Tonight, forgive yourself for being human today. Forgive yourself for feeling too much. Forgive yourself for not having the perfect answer. Forgive yourself for becoming tired. Forgive yourself for needing support. Forgive yourself for the moment when fear was louder than wisdom. This does not remove responsibility. It removes the cruelty that keeps you trapped. A punished mind does not always grow. Sometimes it only becomes more afraid. A supported mind can look honestly at what happened and choose again. Let support be the way you grow. Let kindness be the place where change begins. The day may have included a disappointment. Something you hoped for may not have happened. A message may not have arrived. A door may not have opened. A result may have been different from what you wanted. Disappointment often follows us into the night because the mind is still trying to change the outcome. It says, maybe if I think about it one more time, I will understand why. But understanding may not come tonight. You do not need to force meaning out of every disappointment before you rest. Some things become clearer with time. Some endings reveal their purpose slowly. Some closed doors make sense only after another path appears. You are allowed to leave the meaning unfinished. You can say, I do not understand this yet, and I can still rest. You can say, I do not know what comes next, and I can still release this night. You can say, I wanted a different answer, and I will still be kind to myself. This is emotional strength. You are not denying the pain. You are refusing to make the pain the only thing that exists. The disappointment is present, but so is your breath. The uncertainty is present, but so is the support beneath you. The answer is absent, but your own care is available. You do not need to wait for life to become clear before you offer yourself comfort. Comfort is not a reward for certainty. It is something you need when certainty is missing. Perhaps you are carrying embarrassment. You may be replaying how you looked, what you said, or how you think others saw you. Embarrassment can make one moment feel larger than it was. The mind may believe everyone is still thinking about it. But most people have returned to their own lives, their own worries, their own thoughts. You do not have to hold the moment for everyone. You can release it. You can say, I was human in public. You can say, I do not need to be perfect to be respected. You can say, one uncomfortable moment does not define me. You can let the memory become smaller. It does not need to remain bright and painful. It can move into the distance with the rest of the day. You may also be carrying fear about what tomorrow will ask from you. Perhaps there is a meeting, a decision, a responsibility, or an unknown outcome. The mind may already be living there, but you are not there. Tomorrow has not opened. You do not know how you will feel, what support may appear, what information may come, or what strength may rise when it is needed. Do not make tonight carry a future that does not exist yet. You can prepare what is useful and release what is imagined. You can make one note, one plan, or one clear choice. Then you can stop. Preparation has an ending. Fear does not. Choose the ending. Tell yourself, I have done what I can for now. If there is nothing more you can do tonight, then worry is not work. It is only weight. You are allowed to put down weight. You are allowed to save your energy for the real moment. Tomorrow you may need courage. Let tonight restore it. Tomorrow you may need patience. Let tonight protect it. Tomorrow you may need clear thinking. Let tonight create space for it. You do not help tomorrow by frightening yourself tonight. You help tomorrow by allowing your body to return to balance. There may be an old belief that says, if I stop worrying, I will become careless. But peace does not make you careless. Rest does not remove your values. Letting go does not make you forget what matters. It gives your mind a cleaner place to remember from. It gives your heart room to respond instead of react. It gives your body a chance to meet the next day without carrying the full weight of the last one. You are not abandoning your life. You are allowing the day to close. There is a gentle sentence you can offer yourself now. I did what I could with the energy I had. Perhaps you did not do everything you hoped. Perhaps you were not your best in every moment. Perhaps you still have work to do, but you did what you could with the awareness, strength, and energy available to you. Tomorrow may offer more. Tonight, you can stop measuring. You can stop counting what remains. You can stop comparing this day to the day you think you should have had. This was the day you had. You lived it. You felt it. You moved through it. Now let it end. I release the conversations I cannot change tonight. I release the questions that do not have answers tonight. I release the pressure to understand everything tonight. I release the need to become better before I rest. I allow this day to end. Let these words move slowly through the inner world. The day may resist ending at first. Thoughts may return. Memories may appear. The old pressure may rise again. Each time, return to the boundary. This belongs to today. This can wait for tomorrow. This does not need to live in my body tonight. You are creating a gentle closing. You may not have had many clear endings in life. Perhaps things remained open, unclear, or unfinished. Perhaps you became used to carrying experiences for a long time. Tonight you can create an ending for yourself. You can say, I am no longer inside that moment. You can say, I am here now. You can say, the day is over. The past hour is not this hour. The earlier conversation is not this room. The mistake is not happening now. The disappointment is not the whole night. You are here. You can return to the support beneath you. You can return to the body. You can return to the quiet. Nothing from today needs to be solved in this exact moment. The mind may bring another memory, another worry, another reason to stay awake. You can meet it kindly. I hear you. I will return tomorrow. You can rest now. You do not need to push the thought away. You can place it beside the heavy bag at the door. Not lost, not denied, simply not carried. There is great peace in knowing you can return to something later. You do not need to hold it in the mind to prove that it matters. What matters will remain. What needs action will ask for action again. What needs healing can be met slowly. You are allowed to trust your future self. You are allowed to believe that tomorrow's version of you will have something to offer. You do not need to do all of tomorrow's work for them tonight. Trust that you can meet your life one day at a time. Trust that one day is enough to carry. Trust that the night is allowed to be empty. I do not have to carry today into tomorrow. I can leave the heavy bag at the door. I can take the lesson and release the punishment. I can care without carrying. I can be unfinished and still deserve rest. This day is complete enough. Let the day become quieter inside you. Let its words move further away. Let its pressure loosen. Let the night begin. Control often begins as protection. It begins with the belief that if you think enough, prepare enough, check enough, and remain alert enough, you can prevent pain. The mind says, if I understand everything, I will be safe. It says, if I know what will happen, I can relax. It says, if I hold everything tightly, nothing will fall apart. This can feel like strength. It can feel like responsibility. It can even feel like love. But control is a tiring way to feel safe. It requires constant effort. It asks you to watch every change. It asks you to prepare for every possible outcome. It asks you to stay one step ahead of a life that is always moving. The body cannot fully rest while it believes everything depends on its alertness. You may lie down, but the mind remains at its post. It watches the future. It watches other people. It watches the body. It watches money, time, relationships, plans, and signs. It believes that if it looks away, something important may be lost. But you were never meant to watch over every part of life. You were never meant to hold every outcome in your hands. You were never meant to solve every unknown before allowing yourself peace. Control promises safety, but often it keeps the nervous system in fear. It says, do not relax yet. It says, you still do not know enough. It says, there may be another problem. It says, you must remain ready. The problem is that there is always another unknown. Life does not become completely certain. People do not become completely easy to understand. The future does not reveal every step. The body changes. Plans change. Doors open and close. You cannot remove uncertainty from life, but you can change the way you meet it. You can meet uncertainty with fear and constant control, or you can meet it with trust, preparation, and the knowledge that you can respond when the moment comes. Trust does not mean you know what will happen. Trust means you believe you can meet what happens. This is very different. Control says, I must know the whole path. Trust says, I can take the next step when it appears. Control says, I must prevent every difficulty. Trust says, I can support myself through difficulty. Control says, I cannot rest until everything is certain. Trust says, I can rest while some things remain unknown. This is the shift your body may be waiting for. It does not need a promise that nothing difficult will ever happen. It needs to know that you will not abandon yourself when difficulty comes. You do not need to control the whole future if you trust your ability to stay with yourself. You do not need to predict every reaction if you trust your ability to set a boundary. You do not need to plan every answer if you trust your ability to pause. You do not need to hold every relationship together if you trust your own worth. Control becomes less necessary when inner trust becomes stronger. Perhaps you are trying to control another person's feelings. You may be reading their messages closely. You may be noticing every change in tone. You may be asking whether they are upset, distant, disappointed, or losing interest. The mind believes that if it understands every signal, it can prevent rejection. But you cannot create safety by losing yourself inside another person's mood. You cannot control whether someone understands you. You cannot control whether someone chooses honesty. You cannot control whether someone is ready to love, communicate, or grow. You can control how you speak. You can control what you accept. You can control whether you stay true to yourself. You can control whether fear makes every decision. That is where your power lives. Real power is not controlling another person's heart. Real power is staying connected to your own. You can say, I do not need to chase clarity through the night. You can say, what is true will become clear. You can say, I will not abandon myself while waiting for someone else. This is not passive. It is self-respect. It is the choice to stop spending your energy on what is outside your control. Perhaps you are trying to control money. You may be repeating numbers, calculating problems, and imagining what could go wrong. Practical planning is useful. Clear action matters. But fear can continue long after the useful planning is finished. It may tell you that you must remain worried to remain responsible. But worry does not create money. Worry does not always create ideas. Worry can make the mind smaller. It can make every path look closed. It can make the body feel as if danger is already here. You can look honestly at your situation without living inside fear. You can make a plan and still rest. You can take wise action and still trust. You can admit what needs attention without turning it into your identity. You do not need to solve your whole financial future tonight. You only need to know the next wise step. If that step can be taken tomorrow, then tonight can remain quiet. Perhaps you are trying to control the body. You may be checking every feeling, every change, every sign. Fear may tell you that constant attention keeps you safe, but the body also needs moments when it is not being watched with fear. It needs partnership. It needs kindness. It needs practical care without constant alarm. You can listen to the body without becoming afraid of it. You can seek support when support is needed. You can care wisely without turning every sensation into a future problem. The body feels safer when it is listened to with calm. It feels less safe when every signal is met with panic. You can say, "Dear body, I am listening, and I do not need to frighten you." You can say, "I will take the right action when it is needed." You can say, "Tonight you are allowed to rest." There may be areas where action is necessary. Letting go of control does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what is yours to do and releasing the part that does not belong to you. Your part may be making the call. Your part may be telling the truth. Your part may be making the plan. Your part may be asking for help. Your part may be setting the boundary. Your part may be taking care of the body. Your part may be resting. Life's part is everything you cannot force. Timing, other people's choices, the final outcome, the path that has not yet appeared, the support you do not yet see. You do not need to do life's part with panic. You can complete your part and release the rest. This is one of the hardest lessons for a controlling mind. It wants to believe that effort can reach into every part of life, but effort has a limit. There is a point where more effort becomes pressure. There is a point where more thinking becomes fear. There is a point where more checking becomes pain. There is a point where holding on becomes the thing that keeps you from peace. You're allowed to recognize that point. You're allowed to stop before exhaustion. You're allowed to say, "I have reached the edge of what I can control." That is not failure. That is honesty. The mind may ask, "What happens if I let go?" Perhaps something will remain uncertain. Perhaps an answer will still be missing. Perhaps a person will still make their own choice. Perhaps the future will continue forming without your full understanding. But these things are already true. Holding them tightly has not made them certain. It has only made your body tired. Letting go does not create the uncertainty. It stops you from fighting what is already uncertain. It allows you to use your energy where it can truly help. There is a part of control that comes from believing you cannot survive surprise. The mind wants to prepare for every pain so that pain will not feel as painful. It imagines loss before loss. It imagines rejection before rejection. It imagines failure before failure. It believes that early suffering is protection. But suffering twice does not protect you. Living through a feared future before it arrives does not make you safer. It only takes you away from the moment where you still have choice. You do not need to feel tomorrow's pain tonight. If tomorrow is difficult, tomorrow's strength will meet it. You will not meet tomorrow with only tonight's tired mind. You may have new information. You may have support. You may see another option. You may feel stronger than you expect. Do not decide from this moment that you cannot handle a future moment. You have met difficult days before. You have found words you did not know you had. You have taken steps while afraid. You have survived uncertainty. You have learned. You have changed. You do not need to predict every detail to trust your own ability to respond. I can meet life one moment at a time. Let that sentence replace the need to carry the whole path. I can meet life one moment at a time. You do not have to meet next week tonight. You do not have to meet next year night. You do not have to meet the final outcome tonight. You only have to meet this moment, and this moment is asking you to soften. Control often appears when the heart feels unsupported. You may believe you have to hold everything because no one else will. Perhaps you learned that asking for help did not always bring help. Perhaps you learned to depend only on yourself. Perhaps letting go once led to disappointment. The controlling part of you may be saying, I cannot trust anything outside me. Do not shame that part. It may have protected you through hard seasons. It may have helped you survive. But what helped you survive may now be keeping you from rest. You can thank it. You have worked very hard. You have tried to keep me safe. You do not have to carry everything tonight. The goal is not to destroy the part that controls. The goal is to help it feel safe enough to loosen. It may not release everything. Ask it to release one small thing, one unanswered message, one future conversation, one task that can wait, one fear that has been repeated enough, one need to know. Letting go can begin with one open hand. You do not have to release your whole life. You can release this hour. You can release this problem for the night. You can release the need to decide right now. The controlling mind may say, but what if I forget? Write it down if needed. Then let the page hold it. You do not need to use your body as a reminder. The mind may say, but what if I lose the chance? Trust that real opportunities can survive one night of rest. The mind may say, but what if they leave? You cannot keep love by exhausting yourself. The mind may say, but what if I make the wrong choice? Rest may help you choose more clearly. There is a loving answer for every fear that control creates, not a perfect guarantee, a gentle truth. You are not required to be certain before you rest. You are not required to know what another person will do. You are not required to know how everything will work. You are not required to force life into one shape. You are allowed to remain open. Control narrows the path. It says there is only one acceptable answer, one right timing, one way things must happen. Trust creates space. It says there may be paths you cannot see. It says an answer may come in a form you did not expect. It says a delay may hold information. It says a closed door may protect your energy. It says you do not have to understand everything for life to continue moving. There is so much life happening beyond your current view. You do not see every conversation taking place. You do not see every decision forming. You do not see every idea growing. You do not see every future connection. You do not need to see everything for something good to still be possible. The controlling mind only trusts what it can see. The deeper heart can remain open to what is still hidden. You do not need to call the unknown bad simply because it is unknown. The unknown may hold challenge. It may also hold relief. It may hold support. It may hold a new direction. It may hold a gentler answer than the one fear keeps imagining. You can let the unknown remain open. I release what I cannot solve tonight. Let that become the central truth of this moment. I release what I cannot solve tonight. You are not saying the problem does not matter. You are saying the night is not the place where it will be solved. You are not saying you will never act. You are saying you will act from a clearer state. You are not saying you do not care. You are saying care does not need to become fear. Letting go is not giving up. It is giving the mind a chance to stop. It is giving the body a chance to recover. It is giving tomorrow a chance to arrive without already being filled with tonight's worry. There are things you cannot carry into form through force. Sleep cannot be forced. Love cannot be forced. Healing cannot be rushed. Another person's truth cannot be controlled. The right answer cannot always be demanded. Some things come closer when pressure becomes quiet. A clear thought may appear after rest. A feeling may become easier to understand. A decision may become less complicated. A problem may still exist, but you may stand before it differently. This is why releasing control can be an act of wisdom. You are creating space for another kind of knowing. The tired mind repeats. The rested mind may see. The frightened mind grips. The supported mind can choose. The controlling mind demands the whole map. The trusting mind looks for the next honest step. Tonight, you do not need the whole map. You need rest. There may be a fear that if you let go, you will lose your strength. But perhaps holding everything is not the only way to be strong. Perhaps strength is trusting that you can return tomorrow. Perhaps strength is admitting that you cannot do everything alone. Perhaps strength is allowing support. Perhaps strength is staying open while the answer is still forming. Perhaps strength is no longer using fear as fuel. You have been strong in one way for a long time. You have carried. You have prepared. You have watched. You have held yourself together. Now you are learning another kind of strength. The strength to soften. The strength to receive. The strength to wait without collapsing. The strength to let life move without trying to control every part of it. This kind of strength may feel unfamiliar. Let it be unfamiliar. New peace often feels strange before it feels natural. You may notice the mind reaching again. It wants to return to the problem. It wants to check one more time. It wants to imagine one more outcome. Meet it gently. We have done enough for tonight. We can return tomorrow. We are releasing this now. Do not fight the controlling part. Fighting it is another form of control. Guide it. Reassure it. Let it know that you are not becoming careless. You are becoming balanced. You are learning when to act and when to stop. You are learning what belongs to you and what belongs to life. You are learning that safety can come from trust, not only from control. There is a moment when the hands stop gripping. There is a moment when the shoulders understand they do not hold the whole future. There is a moment when the heart realizes it can remain open without having every answer. Let this be such a moment. You do not have to release everything. Release enough to breathe. Release enough to rest. Release enough to let the night hold you. I release what I cannot solve tonight. I stop carrying tomorrow before it arrives. I do what is mine to do and release what is not mine to control. I trust myself to meet life when it comes. I can rest while some things remain unknown. Let the need for certainty become softer. Let the need to know become quieter. Let the future remain in the future. You are here. This moment is enough to hold. You do not have to keep everything together while you sleep. Life does not stop moving because you stop thinking. The world does not fall apart because you close your eyes. The breath continues. The heart continues. The night continues its quiet work without being controlled by you. There is something deeply comforting in this. So much of life happens without force. The heart beats without your command. The lungs breathe while you sleep. The earth supports your body without being reminded. The night moves toward morning without being pushed. You do not have to manage every part of life. You are part of something larger than your effort. The mind may forget this when it becomes afraid. It may believe everything depends on constant attention. It may believe that if you stop watching, you will lose control. But life has been carrying you in ways you do not always notice. It carried you through hours when you did not know what to do. It carried you through changes you did not choose. It carried you through mornings when you did not feel ready. It carried you through nights you thought would never end. You may not have understood every step, but you continued. Something within you continued. Life continued. Tonight, you are allowed to remember that you are not carrying yourself alone. You do not need to hold your heartbeat. You do not need to pull morning closer. You do not need to instruct the body how to renew itself. There are forms of support that do not require your control. Life can hold what you release. Let those words meet the part of you that feels responsible for everything. Life can hold what you release. Perhaps you are afraid that if you place something down, no one will pick it up. Perhaps you are afraid the problem will grow while you rest. Perhaps you are afraid that letting go means losing your place, your chance, or your power. But releasing something for the night does not mean abandoning it forever. It means placing it into a larger space. You are saying, I have carried this as far as I can today. You are saying, I am allowing time, rest, and life to do what effort cannot do right now. You are saying, I do not have to remain awake to prove that this matters. There are problems that become clearer only when pressure becomes quiet. There are feelings that soften when they are no longer being pushed. There are answers that appear after the mind stops demanding them. There are moments when rest does more than another hour of struggle. The mind may believe that stopping is empty, but stopping creates space. In that space, the body can settle. The mind can organize. The heart can process. The inner world can return to balance. You may wake without a complete answer, but you may wake with more strength. You may wake with a softer view. You may wake with one clear step. You may wake and realize that the problem did not need as much fear as you gave it. Life can continue working while you rest. This does not mean you expect magic without action. It means you understand that action is not the only force in life. Timing matters, rest matters, distance matters, quiet matters. A rested nervous system can see what a frightened one cannot. A calm heart can hear what a desperate one misses. A supported body can move with more wisdom than an exhausted one. You are not losing time by resting. You are preparing the inner place from which the next step will come. The night is not a gap in your life. It is part of your life. It is the place where the body repairs, the mind sorts, and the heart loosens its grip. You do not need to be productive in every moment. Some moments are meant for renewal. A field is not always growing above the ground. There are seasons when the roots are doing quiet work. The sky is not always bright. Night has its own purpose. You are not failing because you stop. You are allowing another part of life to begin. Perhaps the mind says, but what if I do not wake with the answer? Then you will still be more rested. You will still have given the body care. You will still have chosen not to harm yourself with more fear. Rest is not valuable only when it creates a perfect result. Rest has value because you have value. You do not need to prove that sleep will solve everything before you deserve it. You deserve to rest because you are human, because you are tired, because your body has carried you, because your heart has felt enough for one day. Life can hold what you release, even if the answer is not immediate. Life can hold the question. Life can hold the uncertainty. Life can hold the space between what you hoped for and what has happened. You do not have to fill that space with fear. You can let it remain open. The unknown does not need to be filled with the worst story. It can be filled with patience. It can be filled with trust. It can be filled with the simple statement, I do not know yet. There is peace in allowing yourself not to know. You may have spent much of your life believing you must have an answer. Perhaps you had to grow up quickly. Perhaps you became the person who solved problems. Perhaps people looked to you. Perhaps you learned to hide uncertainty because it felt unsafe. But you are allowed not to know. Not knowing does not make you powerless. It makes you honest. You can say, I do not know how this will work, but I do not need to decide that it will fail. You can say, I do not know what tomorrow brings, but I do not need to live in fear tonight. You can say, I do not know the whole path, but I trust that another step can appear. This is how trust begins. Not with perfect confidence, with the choice to remain open. You do not need to believe that everything will happen exactly as you want. You only need to believe that life may still hold paths you cannot see. The frightened mind sees one closed door and believes there is no way forward. But life is larger than one door. There may be another answer. There may be another timing. There may be another person, another idea, another place, another form of support. You cannot see every possibility from the place where you are now. Do not let the current view become the final truth. Night reminds you that not everything needs to be visible to be moving. The world appears still, yet life continues. Roots continue beneath the soil. The body continues within the quiet. Morning is already coming, even before you can see the light. There are movements you do not need to control. There are beginnings you cannot yet see. There are forms of support that may be finding their way toward you. You do not need to force hope. You can simply leave room for it. Life can hold what you release. Perhaps you are releasing a relationship worry. You do not need to decide the entire future of the relationship tonight. You can release the need to know exactly what another person feels. You can release the need to create an answer from silence. You can release the need to hold the connection together with your fear. What is honest can be spoken. What needs clarity can be asked. What is real will reveal itself through time and action. You do not need to solve another heart in the dark. Return to your own. Let your own heart rest. Perhaps you are releasing a work problem. You may have already considered the options. You may have made notes, plans, or choices. The next useful thought may not come from more pressure. Let the mind step away. A solution may look different after rest. A task may feel smaller. A new order may become clear. You do not need to continue carrying the office, the desk, the work, or the unfinished task inside your body. The work is not happening now. You are here now. Perhaps you are releasing a money fear. You can acknowledge the reality without turning the night into a place of panic. Numbers are information. They are not a judgment of your worth. A current difficulty is not the whole future. You can make wise choices. You can seek support. You can learn. You can act. But tonight, you do not need to turn every fear into a final conclusion. Let the question rest with life. Let your body stop preparing for a disaster that is not happening in this moment. Perhaps you are releasing fear about the body. You can listen with care. You can take practical steps. You can ask for help when needed. But you do not need to spend the night frightening the body you are trying to support. Speak to it as a partner. Dear body, I am listening. I will care for you. You are allowed to rest. The body does not need more fear. It needs support. It needs calm attention. It needs the chance to do its quiet work. There is a wisdom in the body that does not depend on your constant thinking. Let it work. Let the breath move. Let the heart continue. Let the body receive the night. You are supported even when you are resting. This may be difficult to accept if you are used to earning support. Perhaps you believe support comes only after effort. Perhaps you believe you must prove your need. Perhaps you believe asking is weak. But life supports you in simple ways all the time. The ground does not ask whether you have worked hard enough before it holds you. The air does not ask whether you deserve another breath. The night does not ask whether you finished everything before it arrives. Support is not always something you earn. Sometimes it is something you allow yourself to notice. Notice what is already holding you. Notice the surface beneath you. Notice the breath that continues. Notice the quiet that has asked nothing from you. You may feel alone, but you are not without support. Your own presence is here. Your body is here. Life is still moving within you. You can let this be enough for this moment. You do not need a dramatic feeling. You do not need to feel deeply spiritual. You do not need to understand anything beyond the simple truth that you are being held in ways you do not have to control. Let that truth become gentle. I am supported even when I am resting. I do not need to watch over everything. What belongs to tomorrow can remain with tomorrow. Life can continue moving while I sleep. These words are not promises that every problem will disappear. They are reminders that your fear is not the only force at work. Life is moving. Time is moving. Your body is working. Your understanding is growing. Even when you are still, something is continuing. You can let yourself become still. There is no need to keep proving your care through tension. There is no need to keep proving your strength through exhaustion. There is no need to remain awake to show life that you are serious. Your rest is serious. Your peace matters. Your body matters. Your inner life matters. Tonight, allow support to be quiet. It may not come as a person solving everything. It may come as one softer breath. It may come as the decision to stop checking. It may come as the feeling that you do not need to answer tonight. It may as the bed holding your weight. It may come as your own hand resting gently. Small support is still support. Let it count. The mind often misses what is gentle because it is looking for something dramatic. But healing often begins in simple ways. A thought becomes kinder, a muscle softens, a fear is not followed, a problem is placed down, a body receives rest. These changes may not look large from the outside, but inside they create another way of living. You are learning that life does not need your panic. The future does not need your fear in order to arrive. Your goals do not need your exhaustion to become real. What is yours to do can be done from a steadier place. Life can hold the rest. You may still hear the old voice. It may say, "Do not trust this." It may say, "You must stay ready." It may say, "If you let go, you will lose something." Answer gently, "I am not losing myself. I am returning to myself. I am not ignoring my life. I am giving myself strength to meet it. I am not giving up. I am allowing rest." The old voice may return several times. Let your answer remain the same. There is nothing more to prove tonight. Life can hold what you release. Let the night hold the unanswered question. Let time hold the unfinished plan. Let tomorrow hold tomorrow's work. Let the earth hold your body. Let your breath hold this moment. You do not need to hold everything. There is a peaceful humility in admitting this. You are not the only force in your life. You are important, but you are not required to control every movement. You are allowed to cooperate with life instead of carrying it alone. Cooperation means you take the next honest step and release the rest. It means you listen. It means you act when action is clear. It means you wait when waiting is wise. It means you rest when the body asks. Trust is not a single feeling. It is a choice you return to. You may feel fear and still choose trust. You may feel uncertain and still choose rest. You may not know the answer and still choose kindness. Tonight, trust may simply mean closing the day without solving everything. That is enough. You are not being asked to trust the next 10 years. You are being asked to trust this night. Trust that you can release one problem. Trust that your body knows how to rest. Trust that morning can arrive without your help. Trust that you can meet what comes when it comes. Life can hold what you release. You are supported even when you are still. You do not need to watch over everything. You do not need to pull morning closer. You do not need to keep the whole world awake inside you. Let the night do what the night knows how to do. Let it quiet what can be quieted. Let it soften what is ready to soften. Let it carry you toward another morning. You have done enough for this day. You have carried enough. Now let life carry you. Sometimes the room is safe, the door is closed, the day is over, and nothing is being asked from you. That the body still does not believe it can rest. The mind understands that this moment is quiet, but something deeper remains alert. It listens, it watches, it waits. This does not always mean the present moment is dangerous. Sometimes the body is remembering. It may be remembering a time when peace did not last. It may be remembering what it felt like to wait for something difficult. It may be remembering a season when you had to remain careful, quiet, useful, or ready. It may be remembering that rest once felt unsafe because you never knew what would happen next. The body can carry an old warning long after the old moment has ended. That warning may appear as tight shoulders, a heavy chest, a restless mind, or the feeling that you should not fully let go. You may not know exactly where it came from. You may not have one clear memory, but the body may still hold the habit of preparing. It learned, stay ready. It learned, do not become too comfortable. It learned, do not let your guard down. It learned, something may change without warning. These messages may have helped you once. They may have helped you notice danger, protect yourself, or survive a difficult time. There is no shame in that. Your body was trying to take care of you. But the old warning may still be speaking, even though the old moment is not happening now. You can begin to teach the body the difference. You can say, that was then, this is now. You can say, the old fear is present, but the old moment is not. You can say, I am here in this room, in this night. These are simple words, but they help the body return to time. Fear often removes time. It makes the past feel present. It makes the future feel immediate. It creates the feeling that everything is happening now. But not everything is happening now. The old room is not this room. The old voice is not speaking now. The old situation is not surrounding you now. You are here. You may still feel the old emotion, but feeling it does not mean you have returned to the old place. A memory can rise without becoming your present. A warning can appear without becoming a command. A feeling can move through the body without deciding what happens next. You are not trapped inside what the body remembers. You can meet the memory from the person you are now. Perhaps there was a time when you felt emotionally alone. You may have learned that no one would come when you needed comfort. You may have learned to hide your needs because asking felt unsafe. You may have learned to become strong before you were ready. Now, when the night becomes quiet, the old loneliness may return. The body may say, do not relax, you are alone. But you can answer, I am here with you now. This answer matters. You may not be able to change who was absent then, but you can stop becoming absent from yourself now. You can stay. You can listen. You can allow the feeling without leaving the body. You can say, I know this. feels familiar, but you are not alone with it tonight. The old fear may say, "No one will understand." The loving voice can answer, "I do not need to understand every part of this feeling to stay with you." The old fear may say, "You have to handle this alone." The loving voice can answer, "I am allowed to receive care, and I can offer care to myself now." The old fear may say, "Do not need too much." The loving voice can answer, "My needs do not make me a burden." These answers do not erase the past. They change what happens in the present. The old pain may have been met with silence. Tonight, it is met with your presence. The old fear may have been met with pressure. Tonight, it is met with patience. The old loneliness may have been met with abandonment. Tonight, it is met with the promise that you will remain. This is how the body begins to learn that the story can end differently. Perhaps there was a time when you had to watch another person's mood. You may have learned to notice every small change. A look, a silence, a movement, or a tone may have felt important. The body became skilled at watching. It learned to search the room. It learned to prepare before anything happened. That skill may still be active now. You may notice every change in another person. You may feel tension when a message is short. You may become afraid when someone is quiet. You may try to understand what others feel before they tell you. This may seem like intuition, but sometimes it is an old survival habit. Intuition usually feels clear. Fearful watching feels urgent. Intuition may guide you toward one honest step. Fear keeps you searching without rest. Tonight, you do not need to watch anyone. No one's mood needs to be studied in this moment. No silence needs to be translated. No message needs to be checked again. You can say, "I release the need to read the room." You can say, "I do not have to prepare for another person's feelings." You can say, "I am allowed to remain inside my own peace." This is not selfish. It is the return of your attention to the place where it belongs. Perhaps there was a time when you had to stay quiet. You may have learned that expressing yourself created trouble. You may have learned to keep feelings small, words careful, and needs hidden. The body may still hold the fear of being heard. At night, the unsaid words may return. You may replay conversations because the voice inside still wants to speak. You may imagine what you should have said. You may feel anger, sadness, or pressure in the throat. The body may be carrying the words that never felt safe enough to leave. Tonight, you do not need to force yourself to speak, but you can let yourself know that your truth matters. You can say, "What I feel is real." You can say, "My voice belongs to me." You can say, "I am allowed to understand my truth before I share it." Sometimes safety begins before the words are spoken. It begins when you stop denying that the words exist. You do not have to silence yourself inside your own heart. You can listen. You can let the truth become clear. You can trust that you will speak when the time is right. Perhaps there was a time when you were given too much responsibility. You may have learned that rest was not possible because someone always needed something. You may have learned to watch over people, solve problems, and carry emotions that were never meant for you. The body may still believe that stopping is dangerous. It may say, "If I rest, something will be missed." It may say, "If I let go, someone will be disappointed." It may say, "If I stop taking care of everything, everything may fall apart." But you are not responsible for every need in the world. You are not responsible for every person's comfort. You are not responsible for preventing every difficulty. You are allowed to have limits. You are allowed to leave some things outside the night. You are allowed to say, "This is not mine to carry." This sentence may feel unfamiliar. You may have carried so much for so long that weight feels like identity. Without the weight, you may wonder who you are. You are still caring. You are still loving. You are still responsible, but you are no longer using your body as the place where everything must be stored. You can care without losing rest. You can help without losing yourself. You can love without becoming the keeper of another person's life. The old fear may say, "But if I do not carry it, who will?" You can answer, "What belongs to another person can return to them." You can answer, "Life has more support than my fear can see." You can answer, "I am allowed to do my part without doing everything." There may also be old fear around criticism. Perhaps you learned to expect that something about you would be judged. Your body, your feelings, your work, your choices, or your way of being may have been treated as wrong. Now, even when no one is criticizing you, the voice may continue inside. You may review the day looking for what you did badly. You may search your body for what should change. You may compare yourself and decide you are behind. The old criticism may have become your own voice, but that voice is learned. It is not the deepest truth of you. You can notice it and say, "This voice is familiar, but it is not loving." You can say, "I do not need to use criticism to keep myself safe." You can say, "I can grow through kindness." The body does not become safer when it is attacked. It becomes more guarded. It waits for the next mistake. It fears rest because the mind may become another place of judgment. Tonight, let the inner voice become softer. You do not have to inspect yourself. You do not have to improve yourself. You do not have to explain yourself. You are allowed to exist without correction. This may be one of the deepest forms of safety. To exist without being watched. To breathe without being measured. To rest without proving your value. To feel without being told that the feeling is wrong. The old fear may not. Leave immediately. It may remain close for a while. Do not treat this as failure. A body that has been alert for a long time may need repeated proof. You give it proof through the way you respond. When fear appears and you do not attack yourself, that is proof. When a memory rises and you remain present, that is proof. When the body tightens and you do not force it, that is proof. When the mind warns you and you answer with calm, that is proof. the body begins to notice something is different. It begins to notice that the night is no longer filled with the same inner cruelty. It begins to notice that the feeling can appear without taking over. It begins to notice that you are staying. This is the safety you are building. Not a perfect world, a steady relationship with yourself. You may still feel afraid, but you know you will not turn against yourself. You may still feel sad, but you know you will not shame the sadness. You may still feel uncertain, but you know you will not demand a false answer. You may still remember, but you know the memory does not control this night. That knowing changes everything slowly. The old fear says, do not relax. Something may happen. The loving voice answers, if something truly needs me, I can respond when it comes. The old fear says, you must stay ready. The loving voice answers, I have done enough for this moment. The old fear says, you cannot trust peace. The loving voice answers, I am allowed to experience peace one moment at a time. The old fear says, you are back there. The loving voice answers, I am here now. Let the words, I am here now, become a bridge. A bridge out of the memory. A bridge out of the warning. A bridge out of the old room and into this moment. I am here now. Notice what is different now. You have more awareness. You have more choice. You can leave situations that do not honor you. You can ask for support. You can create boundaries. You can listen to the body. You can speak differently to yourself. The past may have shaped some of your reactions, but it did not remove your ability to grow. You are not the same person you were then. You are meeting the old feeling with new strength. The body may not know this yet. Teach it gently. Say, we have choices now. Say, we can leave what harms us. Say, we can ask for help. Say, we can rest. Say, we do not have to survive this night. These words give the body a new understanding. You do not have to survive a quiet room. You do not have to prepare for an old danger. You do not have to stay awake to protect a younger part of you. You can protect that part now through care. Protection does not always mean staying alert. Protection can mean creating a calm place. Protection can mean setting a boundary. Protection can mean no longer returning to what hurts. Protection can mean resting so that you can think clearly. Protection can mean speaking kindly to the part that is afraid. You are becoming a safer protector of yourself, not through fear, through love, not through control, through presence, not through constant watching, through wise choice. The past does not need to repeat itself tonight. Let that sentence reach the places that still expect repetition. The past does not need to repeat itself tonight. This night can be different even if the old feeling appears. You can feel fear and choose not to follow it. You can feel tension and choose not to judge it. You can remember and remain in the present. You can allow the body to release one old warning. Perhaps the warning is, do not trust. You do not have to trust everyone. Begin by trusting yourself to notice. Trust yourself to speak. Trust yourself to leave. Trust yourself to ask for support. Trust yourself to make another choice when needed. You are not being asked to become open without wisdom. You are learning that wisdom does not need constant fear. Perhaps the warning is, do not rest. You can answer, rest helps me protect what matters. Perhaps the warning is, do not need anyone. You can answer, receiving support does not make me powerless. Perhaps the warning is, do not feel. You can answer, feelings can move when I give them space. Perhaps the warning is, do not let go. You can answer, I can release this moment without losing myself. Every loving answer creates a new path. You may not feel an immediate change. The body may still be cautious. Let it be cautious. You do not have to rush trust. You are not trying to prove anything to the body. You are offering a steady experience, the experience of being heard, the experience of being allowed, the experience of being protected without being controlled, the experience of resting without being punished. Over time, these experiences become stronger than the old warning. The body begins to understand that the night no longer requires a guard. It begins to understand that you are not back in the old place. It begins to understand that the person you are now can meet life differently. You can say, my body can release an old warning. You can say, I no longer need fear to watch over me. You can say, I stay with myself as I soften. You can say, I am becoming a safe place for my own heart. These words are not meant to force the past away. They are meant to bring the present closer. Let the present become stronger. Let the room around you become more real than the old room. Let the support beneath you become more real than the old weight. Let your own voice become more real than the old criticism. Let this night become its own experience. You are not repeating the past simply because the body remembers it. You are creating a new memory now, a memory of fear being met with patience, a memory of tension being met with kindness, a memory of nighttime becoming gentle, a memory of staying with yourself. The body can learn from this night. It can learn that silence is not always dangerous. It can learn that rest is not the same as losing control. It can learn that softness does not invite harm. It can learn that you will remain present even when the guard lowers. This learning may be slow, but it is real. Each night you meet yourself differently. The old fear loses a little of its power. It may still speak, but you no longer believe every word. It may still rise, but you do not build your whole night around it. It may still ask you to stay alert, but you know another answer. I am here now. The old moment is over. I do not have to protect myself from what is not happening. My body can rest. My heart can soften. I am becoming safe inside myself. There may be another reason you have difficulty letting the day end. A part of you may believe you have not done enough to deserve rest. You may look at what remains unfinished and decide you should keep going. You may remember something you did wrong and decide you should keep thinking about it. You may feel tired and then judge yourself for being tired. You may believe that stopping means you are lazy, weak, careless, or falling behind. These beliefs can turn rest into something you must earn, but rest is not a prize given only after perfect effort. It is a human need. The body needs rest before everything is finished. The mind needs rest before every answer is found. The heart needs rest even while it is still healing. You do not have to become perfect before you are allowed to stop. Perhaps you have spent the day trying to meet expectations. Your own expectations may have been the hardest ones. You may have wanted to be more productive, more patient, more focused, more cheerful, more organized, more certain. You may have imagined a better version of yourself and then felt disappointed when the real day did not match that image. But the real you is the one who needs care, not the perfect version, not the future version, not the version who never becomes tired. You, as you are now, deserve rest. Perhaps you believe you should have completed more. The list may still be long. The room may not be fully clean. The work may not be fully done. The messages may not all be answered, but the list does not understand your body. It does not know what you felt today. It does not know the effort required to stay steady. It does not know how much energy was used in ways no one could see. A list can measure tasks. It cannot measure courage. It cannot measure emotional effort. It cannot measure how many times you stopped yourself from reacting. It cannot measure how hard it was to continue. Do not let the unfinished list become the judge of your worth. You are more than what you completed. You are more than how productive you were. You are more than the result of one day. You are a living person who needs care. Perhaps you made a mistake. The mind may say that rest is not allowed until you fully understand the mistake. It may believe that suffering longer proves that you are sorry, but self-punishment is not the same as responsibility. You can care about what happened without hurting yourself through the night. You can admit, I wish I had chosen differently. You can decide, I will repair what I can. You can learn, I want to respond another way next time. Then you can rest. Punishment does not make the lesson deeper. Sometimes it only makes fear stronger. When the mind is punished for mistakes, it may become more afraid to act, speak, or try. When the mind is supported, it can look honestly at the mistake without losing itself. You can forgive yourself and still grow. You can forgive yourself and still apologize. You can forgive yourself and still make a change. Forgiveness does not remove the lesson. It removes the belief that you must suffer forever in order to prove that the lesson mattered. You are allowed to move forward. Perhaps you are carrying guilt about something you did not do. You may believe you should have helped more, stayed longer, answered sooner, or given more. But your energy is not endless. Your time is not endless. You cannot be available to everyone at every moment. There will be times when you disappoint someone. There will be times when you choose yourself. There will be times when your limit becomes visible. This does not make you unloving. A limit is not a rejection of love. A limit protects the place from which healthy love comes. When you have no limits, care can become resentment. Giving can become exhaustion. Kindness can become self-abandonment. You are allowed to have a point where you stop. You are allowed to need space. You are allowed to say no. You are allowed to let another person manage their own feelings. You do not have to lie awake because someone may not understand your boundary. A healthy boundary may disappoint someone who benefited from your lack of one. That disappointment does not automatically mean the boundary is wrong. You can remain kind without changing your truth. You can say, I forgive myself for having needs. You can say, I forgive myself for having limits. You can say, I do not have to abandon myself to prove that I care. Perhaps you feel guilty for being tired. You may look at others and believe they handle more. You may compare your energy, your progress, or your life. But you do not know the full weight another person carries, and they do not know the full weight you carry. Comparison cannot tell you what your body needs. Only listening can do that. Your tiredness is information. It is not a moral failure. It may be telling you that you have given enough. It may be telling you that the body needs support. It may be telling you that the pace is not kind. Do not turn the message into another attack. Listen. You can say, I forgive myself for being tired. Let that sentence become gentle. I forgive myself for being tired. You are not forgiving a crime. You are releasing a judgment. Tiredness does not mean you are weak. It means energy has been used. You are allowed to restore it. Perhaps you feel guilty because you are not further ahead. You may have imagined that by this point in life, something would be different. You may believe you should have healed more, earned more, created more, understood more, found the right relationship, changed the body, reached another place. The word should can become very heavy at night. It turns your life into a race against an image. But your life is not happening on someone else's clock. You have lived through your own experiences. You have learned at your own pace. You have carried things that changed the way you moved. You may not be where you expected, but you are not without progress. Some of your progress is invisible. You may be more aware. You may speak to yourself with more kindness. You may notice old patterns sooner. You may recover from disappointment more gently. You may be less willing to abandon yourself. These changes matter. Do not dismiss them because they cannot be easily measured. You are not behind your own life. You are living it. You are allowed to rest where you are. You do not have to reach another point before peace becomes available. Peace can meet you in the unfinished middle. Rest can meet you while you are still becoming. Perhaps you are carrying shame about an older choice. You may believe that because you knew better later, you should have known better then. But the person you were then did not have all the awareness you have now. You may have acted from fear. You may have wanted love. You may have been trying to survive. You may not have understood your own worth. You may have chosen what felt familiar because familiar felt safer. You can look back with honesty without becoming cruel. You can say, I understand why I made that choice. Understanding is not approval, it is compassion. It allows you to learn without splitting yourself into a good present self and a bad past self. The past version of you is part of the path that brought you here. Do not use your new wisdom as a weapon against the one who did not yet have it. You can say, I forgive myself for not knowing what I know now. These words can release a deep weight. I forgive myself for not knowing what I know now. You were learning. You are still learning. Life does not require you to have every answer before experience teaches you. Sometimes wisdom comes after the choice. Sometimes strength comes after the pain. Sometimes self-respect grows after the moment when you lost yourself. You are allowed to become wiser without hating the path. There may be things you still need to repair. Forgiveness does not mean pretending they do not exist. It means you approach repair from self-respect instead of shame. Shame says, I am bad. Responsibility says, I made a choice that needs attention. Shame makes the whole self the problem. Responsibility focuses on what can be changed. You are not the worst thing you ever did. You are not the most frightened way you ever reacted. You are not the moment when you failed. Forget your worth. You are a person who can learn, repair, and choose again. Rest supports this process. A tired mind may become defensive. A rested mind may become honest. A shamed heart may hide. A supported heart can open. You do not need to remain awake in order to prove that you understand. Let the lesson rest beside you. It will still be there tomorrow. Forgive yourself enough to sleep. This does not mean complete forgiveness must happen tonight. Perhaps the heart is not ready to say, I fully forgive myself. Begin with willingness. I am willing to stop attacking myself. I am willing to consider that I deserve rest. I am willing to release one layer of shame. I am willing to be kinder to the person I was. Willingness is enough for this moment. You do not have to force the heart into a place it has not reached. You only need to stop pushing it further into pain. Perhaps you are judging yourself for feeling emotional. You may believe you should be stronger by now, but strength does not mean never feeling. It means you can feel without losing your whole sense of self. Tears do not remove your strength. Sadness does not remove your wisdom. Fear does not remove your courage. You can be healing and still have difficult nights. You can be growing and still become tired. You can understand a lesson and still feel the old pain sometimes. Healing does not require you to become untouched. It helps you become more loving toward what touches you. Tonight, if emotion appears, do not make it another reason to judge yourself. Let it move. You do not have to explain every tear. You do not have to stop every feeling. You can say, I forgive myself for needing this release. Perhaps you are judging yourself because you returned to an old pattern. You thought you had changed, and then fear, checking, chasing, or self-doubt appeared again. Do not turn one return into a final conclusion. Old patterns are familiar. They may appear during stress. This does not erase your progress. The change is often found in how quickly you notice and how gently you return. Perhaps you noticed after an hour instead of a day. Perhaps you stopped before sending the message. Perhaps you spoke kindly after the old criticism appeared. Perhaps you returned to yourself. This is progress. Do not demand that healing mean never repeating anything. Let healing mean you are no longer fully lost when repetition happens. You find the way back. You can say, I forgive myself for returning to what was familiar. Then add, I am returning to myself now. Forgiveness brings you back. Punishment keeps you inside the old pattern. Choose the path that allows movement. There may also be guilt about rest itself. As the body begins to soften, the mind may say, you should be doing something. This voice may have been with you for a long time. It may believe that doing creates worth. It may fear stillness because stillness does not offer proof. But you do not need to prove your value every hour. Your worth does not disappear when you become still. You are still worthy when nothing is completed. You are still worthy when no one is watching. You are still worthy when the body is resting. The body does not need to earn every breath. It does not need to earn sleep. Rest is part of being alive. The trees do not apologize for becoming still. The night does not apologize for darkness. Your body does not need to apologize for needing renewal. You can say, I am allowed to rest before everything is complete. Let this sentence challenge the old belief. I am allowed to rest before everything is complete. life will remain unfinished in some way. There will always be another place to grow, another plan, another need, another dream. If rest must wait for completion, rest will always be delayed. You must allow peace to enter the unfinished life. You must let the heart be held before it has solved itself. You must let the body stop before it has proven exhaustion. This is care. Care arrives before collapse. Care listens before the body must shout. Care does not ask, "Have you suffered enough to deserve help?" Care says, "You matter now." Let that be the voice you use. You matter now. Not after the task, not after the healing, not after you become more disciplined, not after you fix every mistake. You matter now. The person lying here now deserves kindness. The tired body deserves kindness. The uncertain mind deserves kindness. The heart that is still learning deserves kindness. You do not have to like every part of your day to offer kindness to the person who lived it. You can say, "I did not handle everything perfectly, but I will not abandon myself." You can say, "I can make another choice tomorrow." You can say, "I release the belief that exhaustion proves my worth." These words begin to separate love from performance. You do not need to perform well to receive your own love. Your love is not a payment. It is the place you return to when life is difficult. Forgive yourself enough to return. Forgive yourself enough to stop reviewing. Forgive yourself enough to let the body become heavy. Forgive yourself enough to allow the day to end. I forgive myself for what I did not know. I forgive myself for being tired. I forgive myself for not doing everything. I forgive myself for needing care. I release the belief that suffering makes me worthy. I am allowed to rest. Let these sentences move through you without force. You may believe some more easily than others. That is fine. Carry the one that feels possible. Perhaps tonight the only true sentence is, "I am willing to be less cruel to myself." That is enough. Perhaps the next sentence is, "I am willing to rest." That is enough. Forgiveness can begin as a small decrease in punishment, a softer thought, a refusal to replay the mistake again, a decision to let tomorrow hold the repair, a choice to remain on your own side. Tea is how the night becomes kinder. You stop using it as a place where every failure must be reviewed. You let it become a place of renewal. You are not refusing growth. You are choosing the state from which healthy growth can happen. The rested body can begin again. The forgiven heart can open again. The supported mind can choose again. Tonight, let forgiveness become permission. Permission to stop. Permission to be human. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to sleep. You do not have to make rest happen. You do not have to chase it. You do not have to command the mind into silence or force the body to become still. Rest is not a task you must complete correctly. It is something you allow yourself to receive. This may feel strange if you are used to effort. You may believe that every good thing comes through trying harder. When the mind is active, you try harder to stop it. When the body is tense, you try harder to relax. When sleep does not come, you try harder to reach it. But the effort itself can keep the body awake. The mind feels pressure. The body feels watched. Sleep becomes another test. You begin asking, why am I not there yet? You check the time. You measure how much rest remains. You imagine how tired you will feel tomorrow. The night becomes a problem to solve. But rest comes more easily when it is no longer being chased. You can stop asking, am I falling asleep? You can begin saying, I am resting now. Even if the mind is still awake, the body can receive rest. Even if thoughts are moving, you can stop running after them. Even if sleep has not arrived, you can allow the night to hold you. Remove the demand. You do not need to cross a line and enter perfect sleep immediately. You can move toward rest gently. The first form of rest may be the decision not to fight. You stop fighting the thoughts. You stop fighting the body. You stop fighting the time. This alone changes the inner atmosphere. The mind may still speak, but you are no longer in an argument with it. A thought can appear and pass. You do not have to answer. You do not have to finish it. You do not have to turn it into a plan. The thought is allowed to be incomplete. This may be new. The mind likes completion. It begins a question and wants an answer. It begins a worry and wants certainty. It begins a memory and wants meaning. But you can let a thought remain unfinished. You can say, this does not need an ending tonight. Then allow it to move away. Another thought may come. You can meet it in the same way. No anger, no fear, no need to follow. You are not emptying the mind. You are becoming less available to every thought. This is enough. You may imagine the mind as still water, but do not demand that the water become completely still. A small movement can remain. The night can hold it. Thoughts may move across the surface without reaching the deeper part of you. You are deeper than the movement. You do not have to become each thought. You do not have to enter every story. Let the mind have its final little movements from the day. It may be releasing pressure in the only way it knows. You can let it move while the body remains supported. The body can rest even if the mind is still learning. You can say, my thoughts are allowed to become less important, not wrong, not dangerous, less important. This is a gentle change. You are not fighting for control. You are allowing attention to become softer. Perhaps a thought says, remember this. You can let it remain far away. Perhaps a thought says, what if? You do not need to answer. Perhaps a thought says, you should. You can say, tomorrow. The word tomorrow can become a safe place for unfinished thought. Not everything needs to disappear. Some things only need to move out of this moment. Rest also asks you to receive support from the body. You may have spent the day using the body as a tool. It carried you. It moved. It sat. It stood. It listened. It worked. It held feelings. Now you can stop asking it to do more. Let the body become heavy in the place where it rests. You do not have to hold the legs in a certain way. You do not have to hold the arms. You do not have to keep the face prepared. Allow the surface beneath you to take more of the weight. The body knows how to become heavy when it no longer believes it must move. You can say, "There is nowhere I need to go right now." Let the legs hear that. There is nothing I need to hold right now. Let the hands hear that. There is nothing I need to explain right now. Let the mouth and jaw hear that. There is nothing I need to protect right now. Let the shoulders hear that. You are giving the body permission to become less ready. It may not release all at once. One area may remain tight. Do not make that area the problem. Let the rest of the body soften around it. The place that is ready can rest. The place that is afraid can be held. There is room for both. You do not need every part of you to feel the same. Some parts may trust the night. Some parts may remain careful. You can carry them together without force. Say, "You can take your time." This may be the sentence the guarded place needs. You can take your time. There is no deadline for softness. There is no test to pass. You are not required to create a perfect inner state. You are simply allowing rest to come closer. Rest may first appear as warmth. It may appear as a softer breath. It may appear as one moment when you forget to worry. It may appear as the feeling that the body is being carried. It may appear as thoughts becoming less clear. Do not check whether it is working. Checking pulls the mind back into effort. Let the process remain quiet. You do not need to watch yourself rest. You can disappear gently into the experience. The night can become a quiet room inside the heart. In this room, no one is asking for an answer. No one is measuring your progress. No one is waiting for you to perform. There is nothing to prove. You can enter as you are. Tired, uncertain, unfinished, human. The room does not reject you. It does not ask you to leave your feelings outside. It simply offers space. Let your own heart become such a room, a place where every part of you is allowed to arrive. The afraid part, the tired part, the disappointed part, the hopeful part. They do not need to speak at the same time. They do not need to solve one another. They can rest together. You are not trying to repair your whole inner world tonight. You are creating a place where repair can begin without pressure. A body that feels welcomed can rest more deeply. A heart that feels allowed can stop defending itself. A mind that is not being forced can become quieter in its own time. This is the power of receiving. You stop telling rest what form it must take. You stop saying, "I must sleep now." You say, "I am open to rest." You stop saying, "My mind must be empty." You say, "My thoughts can move without leading me." You stop saying, "My body must relax." You say, "My body can soften at its own pace." These words leave room for life. They leave room for the natural wisdom of the body. You do not have to create sleep. The body already knows sleep. It has done this many times. It does not need another lesson from the worried mind. It needs the worried mind to become less involved. You can trust the body to remember. You can trust the night to take its time. You can trust that rest is not lost simply because it does not arrive instantly. There may be a part of you that fears letting go of awareness. Sleep can feel like surrender. You are no longer watching. You are no longer deciding. You are no longer controlling. If control has felt like safety, this surrender may feel difficult. Remind yourself that sleep is not disappearance. You remain held. The heart continues. The breath continues. The body continues its quiet work. You are not leaving yourself. You are entering another form of care. Sleep is one of the ways the body loves you. It asks you to stop so that it can restore. It asks you to release the outer world so that the inner world can settle. You can let yourself receive this care. You do not have to understand what the body will do. You do not have to manage it. You can say, "My body knows how to rest." Let this sentence replace the fear of losing control. My body knows how to rest. You may not know how to force rest because rest is not created through force, but the body knows how to receive it when the pressure becomes softer. You are allowed to trust that knowledge. There is also rest for the heart. The heart may have spent the day reaching for approval, reaching for an answer, reaching for love, reaching for proof. Tonight, it can stop reaching. Nothing needs to be pulled toward you in this moment. You do not need to make anyone choose you tonight. You do not need to make the future open. You do not need to make life explain itself. Let the heart return to its own place. You can say, "I am here." You can say, "I do not need to reach outside myself tonight." The heart can become quiet when it no longer believes love is somewhere it must chase. Your own presence is a form of love. Your own care is a form of love. Your decision to remain gentle is a form of love. Let the heart receive what is already here. You may not feel full, you may not feel complete, but you can feel a company. You are not leaving yourself alone in the night. The heart can rest inside that promise. There is rest for the mind, rest for the body, and rest for the heart. You do not need to create all three at once. One may lead the others. Perhaps the body softens first and the mind follows. Perhaps the mind releases one question and the heart becomes lighter. Perhaps the heart feels held and the body stops guarding. Let the process choose its own order. You do not need to direct every step. I am safe to rest. Let the sentence arrive without demand. I am safe to rest. I allow this night to hold me. I release the need to know everything. My body remembers how to soften. My mind is allowed to become quiet. I welcome peace into every part of me. I receive rest without guilt. I trust the silence. I let the night carry what I no longer need to hold. I am supported. I am safe. I am ready to rest. These words do not need to be repeated with effort. Let one sentence remain. Perhaps I receive rest without guilt. Perhaps my body remembers. Perhaps I trust the silence. Choose the sentence that feels like less work. Let it become part of the night. You do not need to hold the words tightly. They can become less clear. They can move into the background. Rest does not require you to remain focused. You are allowed to drift. You are allowed to lose the thread. You are allowed to stop listening carefully. There is nothing you must remember. There is nothing you will be tested on. The words can continue without your effort. Let the body move toward its own quiet place. If another thought appears, it does not mean you have returned to the beginning. It is only another thought. You can let it pass without disappointment. The path into rest may move forward and back. That is natural. You may soften, then become alert, then soften again. Do not judge the movement. Each return is still part of the process. You are not failing when the mind becomes active. You are learning not to follow it. You are not failing when the body becomes tense. You are learning to meet tension without fear. You are not failing when sleep takes time. You are still receiving rest. Let the night be larger than the difficulty. The difficulty is one small part of the night. There is also quiet. There is support. There is breath. There is your own kindness. Let these things become stronger. You have spent enough time trying. Now allow. Allow the surface beneath you to hold the weight. Allow the body to become less responsible. Allow the mind to leave some questions unanswered. Allow the heart to stop reaching. Allow the night to come closer. You do not need to pull rest toward you. Rest can find you when you stop running after it. You have held so much. You have held the day after it ended. You have held tomorrow before it arrived. You have held words that were never spoken. You have held questions that had no answer. You have held other people's moods, fears, needs, and expectations. You have held the belief that being strong meant never becoming tired. Tonight, you do not have to hold in the same way. Nothing outside you needs to change, before one small release becomes possible. The problem may still exist. The future may still be unknown. The past may still have left its mark. But the body can begin to understand that it does not have to carry everything through this night. This is where the release begins. Not with a dramatic ending, not with every fear disappearing, with a simple message. I am safe now. Let those words move gently. I am safe now. Perhaps one part of you believes them. Perhaps another part remains careful. You do not need every part to agree. Let the part that is ready soften. Let the careful part watch from a quieter place. No one is being forced. You are not pushing yourself into peace. You are opening the door. There may be a small release in the shoulders. They have carried responsibility, pressure, and the belief that everything depended on you. Let them know they are not holding the future. They do not need to remain lifted. They do not need to prepare for the next demand. The night asks nothing from them. There may be a release in the jaw. It has held words, explanations, and the effort to remain in control. Nothing needs to be explained now. No one is asking you to defend your feelings. No answer is required. There may be a release in the hands. They have done enough. They have carried, typed, cleaned, worked, held, and reached. Now there is nothing they need to keep. Let the hands become empty. There may be a release in the chest. It has carried fear, longing, love, and uncertainty. The heart has worked very hard today. It does not need to chase an answer. It does not need to make anyone understand. It does not need to hold the whole future of a relationship, a dream, or a hope. Let the heart return to itself. There may be a release in the stomach. It has held the unknown. It has reacted to every imagined problem. Let it know that the future is not entering this room. Tomorrow will arrive in its own time. Nothing needs to be lived early. This is how letting go happens. One place at a time, one belief at a time, one moment of no longer carrying what does not belong here. You may have thought letting go meant losing something, but you are not losing your care. You are not losing your wisdom. You are not losing your responsibility. You are releasing the fear that says these qualities must be painful. You can care without constant worry. You can be wise without understanding everything. You can be responsible without remaining awake. You can love without abandoning yourself. You are not becoming less. You are returning to a more peaceful form of strength. The old strength held everything. The new strength knows what can be released. The old strength pushed past every limit. The new strength listens. The old strength waited until collapse. The new strength allows care before pain becomes louder. You have been strong for a long time. Now let strength become softer. You do not have to remain guarded to prove what you survived. The guard may have helped you once. Thank it. Let it know that the night is safe enough for it to step back. You can say, "You do not have to watch over me now." You can say, "I am here." You can say, "We can rest." The part that has been standing at the door may not leave completely. It may sit nearby. That is enough. It no longer has to hold the whole night. You can release the need to know what another person is thinking. You can release the need to know how everything will work. You can release the need to decide whether you are good enough. You can release the need to replay what has already happened. You can release the belief that fear keeps you safe. You are allowed to let the unanswered questions become quiet. They do not need to disappear. They only need to stop demanding your energy. You may meet them tomorrow. You may see them differently. Some may no longer feel as important. Some may find an answer. Some may remain open for a while. You can live while a question remains open. You can rest while life remains unfinished. You can be safe without certainty. This is one of the deepest freedoms. The freedom to remain peaceful before the answer. The freedom to feel worthy before the result. The freedom to rest before everything is solved. You no longer have to make peace wait at the end of the path. Peace can meet you here, in the middle, in the unknown, in the unfinished life. You can receive it now. Tonight, I am safe enough to let go. Let this affirmation gather everything you have heard. Tonight, I am safe enough to let go. I do not need to carry the day. I do not need to control tomorrow. I do not need to repeat the past. I do not need to punish myself. I do not need to follow every thought. I can let the night hold me. You are not asking for a perfect night. You are allowing this night to be kinder. A kind night may still contain thoughts. It may still contain feelings. But you are no longer fighting them. You are no longer making them the whole experience. There is room around them. There is support beneath them. There is a loving voice beside them. That voice is yours. It says, "You are not alone." It says, "You have done enough." It says, "You can stop." It says, "You do not have to protect yourself from this moment." Let your own voice become the last safe place you hear before rest. You may have listened to many voices today. Voices asking for more. Voices judging. Voices comparing. Voices warning. Let the final voice be gentle. Let it say, "I am with you." Let it say, "I forgive you." Let it say, "Rest now." You do not need to carry your identity into the night. You do not need to be the worker, the helper, the strong one, the responsible one, the one who knows, the one who fixes. For this moment, you can simply be a human body receiving rest. No role is needed, no title is needed, no performance is needed. The night does not care what you achieved. It holds you because you are here. Let yourself become simple. Breath, weight, warmth, quiet. Nothing more is required. Perhaps you feel emotion rising as the roles become softer. That emotion may be relief. It may be sadness. It may be the body realizing how tired it has been. Let the emotion come near without asking it to explain itself. You have carried so much without stopping to feel the weight. When the weight is finally placed down, the heart may respond. Let it. Tears can be part of release. A deep breath can be part of release. A sudden tiredness can be part of release. You do not need to control the form. Your body knows what it needs. Trust it a little. The night can carry the parts that feel heavy. Life can hold what you cannot solve. Tomorrow can hold what belongs to tomorrow. You can hold only this moment, and even this moment is holding you. Notice that you are not doing everything alone. The surface beneath you carries the body. The air enters without being pulled. The heart continues without being commanded. Support is already present. You do not need to earn more of it. You can receive. You can release this day with love. Not because every part of it was easy, not because you approve of everything that happened. You release it because you cannot live it again. You release it because the lesson does not require your suffering. You release it because the night deserves to be its own time. I release this day with love. I trust what I cannot see. I allow life to hold what I release. I do not need to solve tomorrow tonight. My body is safe to rest. My heart is safe to soften. My mind is safe to become quiet. I am allowed to receive peace. I am allowed to sleep without fear. I am supported in ways I do not need to understand. I let go gently. I rest deeply. I trust life. Let these words become less like statements and more like a place to rest. You do not have to repeat every one. Let one remain close. I let go gently. There is no violence in this release. You are not tearing yourself away from the day. You are loosening your grip. You are allowing the fingers to open. You are letting what has been held return to its proper place. The past returns to the past. Tomorrow returns to the future. Other people's feelings return to them. The body returns to the bed. The breath returns to its natural rhythm. You return to yourself. This is the release. You do not disappear. You come home. You come back from every imagined future. You come back from every old conversation. You come back from the effort to be enough for everyone. You arrive inside your own quiet presence. Perhaps you have spent years searching for safety outside yourself, in another person's answer, in certainty, in control, in perfect preparation. But tonight, safety begins in a simpler place. It begins in knowing that you will not abandon yourself. It begins in knowing that you can meet fear with kindness. It begins in knowing that you can stop before everything is solved. It begins in the words, I am here. You are here. You have stayed. You have listened. You have brought the frightened parts closer rather than pushing them away. This is why the body can soften. It is not softening because the whole world has become certain. It is softening because it is no longer alone with uncertainty. You are with it. Let that companionship carry you. There may still be a final thought. Let it pass. There may still be a small place of tension. Let it remain without concern. There may still be a question. It can wait. You do not have to reach a perfect ending. You only have to stop adding more effort. The night knows how to continue from here. The body knows how to continue from here. You can release the need to guide every step. Let the words become quieter. Let the body become heavier. Let the space around you become larger than the thoughts. You are not required to listen closely anymore. You are not required to understand. You are not required to remember. You can let the voice become distant. You can let the mind move toward its own quiet place. Tonight, you are no longer the guard at the door. You are the one being protected by your own love. You are the one being held. You are the one allowed to rest. May your body stop waiting for a danger that is not here. May the shoulders release what was never meant to remain through the night. May the mind loosen its grip on the questions that cannot be answered now. May the heart remember that it does not have to chase love while it is trying to rest. May the younger, frightened part of you feel your presence and understand that it is no longer alone. You have carried enough for one day. You do not need to prove this by reaching complete exhaustion. You do not need to wait until every task is done, every feeling is understood, or every future step is clear. Rest can meet you before completion. Peace can meet you before certainty. Kindness can meet you before perfection. You are allowed to receive these things now. Perhaps the old fear will speak again on another night. That does not mean this moment was lost. Each time, you answer differently, the body learns. Each time you remain kind, the heart learns. Each time you stop chasing an answer and return to the present, the mind learns. The new path is being created through these small returns. You do not have to walk it perfectly. You only have to remember that it exists. The next time the body becomes alert, you can say, I am here now. The next time the mind enters tomorrow, you can say, tomorrow will have its own time. The next time guilt says you do not deserve rest, you can say, rest is a need, not a reward. The next time control says everything depends on you, you can say, I will do my part, and life can hold the rest. These truths can become part of you, not through force, through repetition, through nights when you choose not to abandon yourself, through moments when your inner voice becomes softer than the old warning. This is how safety grows. It grows in the quiet space between a fear and your response. It grows when you stop calling tension failure. It grows when you allow the body to take its time. It grows when you understand that being awake does not mean you are doing something wrong. You can rest without measuring. You can soften without checking. You can let the night unfold without asking whether you are close enough to sleep. Remove the test. Remove the pressure. You are already doing enough by allowing yourself to be here. There is nothing more you must become tonight. You do not need to be healed enough, calm enough, wise enough, spiritual enough. You do not need to create a special feeling. You can be exactly as you are and still be held by the night. The body may now feel heavier. Let that heaviness be welcome. It is not a burden. It is the body giving more of its weight to the place beneath it. The mind may become less clear. Let that happen. You do not need to hold on to the words. The heart may become quiet. Do not ask it for another answer. Let quiet be enough. You are safe now. Not because life has promised that nothing difficult will ever happen. You are safe because this moment does not require you to live every possible difficulty. You are safe because you can meet one moment at a time. You are safe because you are no longer using fear as the only form of protection. You are safe because you have chosen to stay with yourself. Let this truth become the gentle ending to the day. I am here. I have done enough. I release what I cannot carry. I trust this night. I allow myself to rest. The darkness is not asking anything from you. The quiet is not empty. It is holding space for the body to return to itself. You can stop reaching. You can stop reviewing. You can stop preparing. There will be time for living when the new day comes. There will be time for choices. There will be time for action. There will be time for answers. This time is for rest. May the mind release its unfinished questions. May the body feel safe enough to become still. May the heart understand that it does not need to stand guard. May sleep come without force and peace enter without being chased. You are safe now, and you no longer have to hold everything.